services, we have identified the missing link between Africa and American consumer markets and trade. I understand, and I appreciate you all, and I'm so grateful. I will absolutely. This part of the message is so important, though, because it's the reality. And I'm going to skip down, but I want you all to hear this. We are creating an African aisle within grocery stores. And we have a pilot location right here in Atlanta called Azalea Fresh Market. I would like for you all to look and go online and Google Azalea Fresh Market. In September of this year, in 2025, something historic happened in Atlanta. The city opened Azalea Fresh Market, America's first municipal grocery store, and we thank Mayor Andre Dickens for doing that. Atlanta has changed the world many times. Dr. King and the historic transition between civil rights globally for women and men all over. And now we are integrating equity in the supply chain. The municipal market, in partnership with Savvy Provision, Azalea Fresh Market, located in the heart of downtown, has 20,000 square foot of market space. Now here's the breakthrough. We have dedicated African aisles. This is not just by selling African products. It's about creating cultural bridges. When an American consumer picks up a Nigerian spice, or a Ghanaian chocolate, or an Ethiopian coffee, Azalea Fresh Market, they're not just buying product, they're experiencing the African story, quality, and innovation. We're scaling that with 24 stores in the South, 24 grocery stores. Service in Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and consumers will pay premium prices for authentic, high-quality products. Their founder, Paul Neer, on whom we've partnered with as a distributor, has committed to these African aisles. But it really takes the rail lines of investment from our banking relationships and our infrastructure and governments to create policy to execute. Yesterday, we had an amazing conversation. The MD who participated, our Lagos representation, participated with the state of Georgia to make that commitment. And I know, and I'm so grateful. I appreciate y'all. I really do. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna wrap this up because it's so important to respect the time of everybody and all the panels behind me. My message to you, and something I encourage that you to tie into your heart, is to simply know the only equity in the society is to have a share of what God gave us all for free. That share is represented in the bounty of the Lord, in the contrast of commodities going through a supply chain. So remember that. Our equity is not the companies. It's not all these different things. It's having a share of what the Creator gave us all for free. And I thank you all much. My name is Latron Price.
She learn economics. See, I've been helping me spend all my money. I see my destiny waiting upon me for long.
We are going to be heading into the next segment. This is going to be our first panel for the day. It is going to be moderated by Ariel Lopez, and this is how to survive your tech job during the age of AI. So please give a round of applause to the next segment that's coming up.
Sustaining your tech job in the age of AI. Artificial intelligence is reshaping industries globally, with AI projected to add up to $15.7 trillion to the world economy by 2030. For African tech professionals, This rapid shift poses both challenges and opportunities. This panel provides insights on risk killing, evolving job roles, and thriving in an AI-driven economy. We'll explore how professionals can future-proof their careers, leverage Africa's growing tech hubs, and stay competitive as the next era of work unfolds.
Hello? Okay. Hey everyone, thanks so much for coming today. We're having a little bit of a shortened session today, so unfortunately no time for Q&A at the end, but we're gonna try to ask the important questions and definitely encourage you to follow up with all of us after the panel. I would like to bring our panelists out right now because I'm gonna have everyone introduce themselves. But while they're coming on stage, just to give you a little bit about my background, my name is Ariel Lopez. I'm a founder, I'm an ecosystem builder, I'm also a career coach. I'm on the partnerships team at a company called Techstars. So if any of you are startup founders, I help to create programs around the globe for different founders, especially diverse founders, Black and brown founders. And I myself actually started my career as a tech recruiter. So I've had the opportunity to see AI evolve over time. It's definitely changing everything, everywhere, all at once. So we're gonna talk a little bit more about that with our panelists today. And without further ado, I'm just going to ask everyone to quickly introduce themselves, give us a little bit of a highlight of your career journey and how you got to where you are today.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna need a little bit more energy. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful, beautiful. My name is Abdi Mohammed. I'm a lead cloud governance engineer at a Fortune 500 company. I do a lot of work in cloud security, cloud cost management, and architecture. I advise engineers on how to use cloud technology in an effective, cost-efficient way. I'm also a public speaker, and I am an older brother. I have 7 younger siblings and 1 older sister. And I'm so glad to be here right now. It's very, very beautiful to see all of us here talking about technology. I studied management information systems for my undergrad, master's degree in cybersecurity management and policy, and I'm a big anime enthusiast. So if you want to talk anime after, I would love to talk to you.
Awesome. Sorry, that was loud. But my name is Azochan Kabana. I'm a managing director at Accenture. I'm excited to be here at AFRICON 2025. I lead enterprise-wide initiatives for organizations, both in federal and commercial spaces, to help them accelerate outcomes and deliver with modernization. I'm really focused more on making sure that outside of my day-to-day, I also make time to help professionals, especially women and underrepresented minorities, achieve purpose and achieve success through clarity, confidence, and an understanding of their career journeys. So I'm excited to be here today to share some strategies on how we can all use AI to upgrade our careers as we push forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is John Ema. I took apart my first computer when I was 7 years old, and that's where I got into tech. Since then, I've been an executive at companies like Meta, Snapchat, Samsung, Amazon, and now I have my own company called Spree AI, where I've raised nearly $100 million, and the company's worth $1.5 billion. So I'm excited to be here today. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Kingsley Ufere. I'm a hardware engineering manager at Meta. So I lead teams that build a lot of compute and AI hardware that powers the apps that you use today, WhatsApp, Instagram, and the likes. Before then, I worked for Chevron. That's where I started my career for about 10 years, leading engineering teams in delivering different types of systems, and then moved on to Microsoft, where I helped lead the development of the first AI hardware cluster that powers ChatGPT. So I'm also a co-founder of My Reality Labs, delivering AR technology. And I'm also the CTO of the largest African diaspora community in the US called Umu Igbo Unite, so Igbo Kwenu. And as an Igbo man, I love money. So I'm involved in a lot of tech investments through syndicate investments as well.
Yeah, I think everyone on this stage loves the money, and I'm sure that you all do too. Speaking of the money, it is projected that AI will add roughly $15.7 billion to the global economy within the next 5 to 10 years. I would love to know from you guys, what does that mean for Africa's tech hubs, and also what does it mean for Africa's workforce?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I believe that means opportunity. There's a golden opportunity to kind of balance things out a bit more, you know, and not just balance things, more importantly, get to where we've been meant to be, you know, this whole time. So I think as far as talent is concerned, Africa has the talent. I mean, that's not surprising. We all know this. There's a bunch of talent all across the different countries in Africa and the continent who are really, really skilled at what they do, regardless of the profession. But if we're talking tech talent, we have a lot. So I think it's a golden opportunity for Africa to get a slice of this technology pie that we got going on here.
Yeah.
I'll tap on and say that, and when I work with a lot of the organizations that we have, to be quite honest, for us global consulting firms and a lot of individual organizations as well, a lot of the talent is being outsourced, meaning it's happening outside of the United States. We've seen a lot of growth in Asia with delivery centers in the Philippines and in India. What is prevalent is we have a young population out in Africa. So it's an opportunity for us to tap into that talent and start delivering and augmenting these organizations by providing the workforce that is based out in Africa, and enabling AI within our structures helps us overcome some of the challenges we may have had in the past with countries, with the barriers in the language, the understanding of what the ask is. AI is there to boost your knowledge and your skill sets, and once we realize that and tap into that, I think we can expand and explode the African nation to host some of our talent.
Yeah, so I would agree with what everyone said so far. I think what I would add is if you think about the evolution of the workforce, it first started off with blue collar, and then it advanced to white collar. Now AI is into the mix. And so for everyone here, you know, the key thing is what everyone's sort of saying on the stage is you really do need to embrace it. It is the right now. And I probably would be biased, but I don't care. I think Africans are the smartest people in the world. And so we really need to stand behind it. It's only going to make us better.
Yeah, so I totally agree with everyone. I think from my perspective, it's pairing African ingenuity with a transformative technology that is scaling and has amazing potential. But when we think about, you know, sustaining tech jobs, I know that's the title of this panel. I think let's think about it less about the job aspect, but what we can build to own. And the significant problem here is, in the US, I believe about 0.4% venture capital funding went to Black individuals. That is insanely crazy. That's crazy for all of us in the room and for what we represent. And so I think a big thing that can really help transform the industry is folks like us who have access to some of these resources to give back to founders who are up and coming, taking that African ingenuity to another level and sustaining tech careers, but more so in the AI space.
Yeah, I love that. I think entrepreneurship is really important. Everyone on this stage has a business in some capacity. So it's also important to think about how you can incorporate AI to generating new streams of income even outside of your job. That being said, I know a lot of people are concerned for their jobs, right? Like, AI is coming for your job. Is it going to be displaced? What does that mean for you? So I would love to get your opinions on any advice that you would give to the audience, if they feel like they may be at risk of losing their jobs, and then anyone that may have been impacted. So if you got laid off, or if you were to get laid off, how do you grapple with that, and how do you continue to move forward?
Yeah, so my first piece of advice to anybody who's scared about losing their job, understand that, you know, no one knows with 100% assurance that, you know, every single job is going away. The reason why I say that is because in the 90s, they predicted we'd have flying cars right now. Anybody seen flying cars? Raise your hand. You saw a flying car in the movies? in real life. Well, I take that statement back. That being said, that being said, right, there's a lot of disruption going on. I think, in my opinion, you have to be aggressive with skill acquisition, right? You have to be aggressive with understanding how to use these tools into your daily workflows, right? As if you're a software developer, for example, we're no longer in the age of just being a good software developer. We're entering a time where to be a good software developer, you have to be a good orchestrator. How do you leverage different agents to do different parts of the workflow, right? I equate it to like being playing orchestra, right? Like a violinist. You can't just be a good violinist anymore. You gotta be an orchestrator. You gotta work with different violinists and orchestrate an outcome. So that's number one. I would say that as far as skill acquisition is concerned. And second, I would say, without taking too much of the time here, I would definitely recommend leaning into community more. This is the toughest time that we've seen in a long time as far as layoffs are concerned, people losing jobs. We see professionals with 10, 20, 30 years of experience struggling to get back in the market. They've been doing this tech thing for a long time. So I recommend everybody in here and everybody who might be listening or watching, definitely lean into community. We have to look out for one another. That's how we kind of navigate this rough waters we got going on.
For sure. So is AI looked at as something that's going to replace jobs? Absolutely. But the thing about AI is not all-encompassing. AI needs to be trained. That's the one thing we need to remember. And what I mean by that is, yes, if I think about it from a productivity standpoint, that's where AI comes in. You've got Copilot integrated with Microsoft Outlook, Office, calendars, Excel spreadsheets. It accelerates our ability to provide outcomes and deliver outcomes and accelerate how we deliver those outcomes. So think about a business analyst. If I had 3 analysts today, I don't necessarily need all 3 of them to sit in those meetings and take notes because Copilot is helping me. So yes, we're going to see a decrease in the number of roles, but there's an increase whereby AI will never account for environmental factors that play into a situation. And what I mean by that is when there's a disruptive change, you need people to be there who can leverage that AI to be able to know how to react to that circumstance. It's just like when you go to the doctor. I mean, AI, I talk about Dr. Google, and AI gives us a lot of results, but you still need to talk to a doctor. You still need to talk to a medical professional to get to the root cause of what your issue is. So once we think about that, the way I look at it, at your risk, yes, but assess what that risk is and flip it around to upskill yourselves. I think the number one thing is do not be complacent in your jobs. We need to constantly be looking for ways to upskill, and we need to be ahead and thinking about how we can leverage AI in order for us to accelerate ourselves and provide more capabilities.
Yeah, so I would 100% agree with what everyone said here on stage. I think the main thing for me is to learn to adapt and react. You have to continue to learn. You cannot do what you're doing today forever. There are so many tools that are out there on the market that can educate you about AI. And in many ways, what I love about AI is it's much easier to learn than some of the pre-tools that came before it. And so now is the time to really invest in AI, to upgrade the skills that you have and figure out how it will optimize your work. The company that I have is an AI-driven company, and so I'm always pushing all the employees in the business to grasp AI, whether it's for certain basic things like writing an email to even something that's more complex like doing code and things of that nature. And so I would say definitely work on your skills, and the rest should be history.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the way we can look at it too is the speed of AI development is really transformative, but at the same time, it presents a lot of risk. I think a lot of things that people didn't anticipate in the past was we go through development cycles of compute hardware, and it takes time, 2 years. So there's time for businesses to settle, there's time for businesses to grow and manage change. But now what we've seen is businesses have to make very quick decisions. And we are, unfortunately, can be impacted by these critical business decisions which businesses have to make. So we need to recognize that the speed of change is going to continuously increase. And then how do we, eliminate some of those risks? I know some of the panelists have talked about continuous learning. I think we need to be committed to lifelong continuous learning, because it's not just one day, I learn how to code here and there. AI has made all of us programmers, right? I was speaking with a lady yesterday who has a fashion brand. I mean, we're talking about prompt engineering, how she prompts ChatGPT to help her make better tailoring decisions, right? Another factor that I would also highlight is to embrace risks, which I talked about, but be ready for change. That's the adaptability that John highlighted, right? Because change is coming. And then lastly, I think even more critical is be ready and available to put yourself at the forefront of decision making. So one thing that AI is really good at is automation, right? And so people whose jobs are likely to be impacted first and the most are folks who do, redundant routine tasks. So we need to, whatever roles that we are in now, whatever work we're doing, we need to make sure that we place ourselves in areas that decision making is key, because that's where AI can flounder. So who's ever, written a ChatGPT prompt and gotten results and seen how confident ChatGPT is in being wrong? Extremely confident, right? So, I think the world is not yet ready to give that level of decision making to tools like that because of how, hallucination and other factors. So that's where we need to sort of place ourselves in the middle to help ensure that we stay relevant.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I think the main theme is humans are still needed, right? So AI will displace some jobs, but it won't replace everything. So hope is not lost. I think this may be our last question. That being said, AI also comes with implications, specifically environmental implications. There's place because of data centers that are being opened by tech giants. So we're talking about electricity through the roof. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of regulations in place to protect people from these tech companies as they scale with AI. So I would love to hear your thoughts on what people should be thinking as companies are continuing to expand, and also what policies do you think that should exist that maybe don't exist today to make sure that people are protected?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, technology is political. That's a fact. And, any electricians in here? Oh, we got an electrician. Wow. Well, you're going to be just fine. Electricians are about to make a lot of money in this AI revolution. But to that point, my friend, I think number one, you're going to have to get involved politically in your community. Who are you voting for, and are they representing what you need, right? So definitely, you're going to have to get more politically active and study up on the politicians who are working, your community. Second, I hate to say this, but when it comes to law and technology, things tend to get catastrophic before the law catches up. Like, it gets real ugly, then we get a law, right? For example, Sarbanes-Oxley, right? That security compliance, law came into play because people were operating their business in the most illegal of ways. I won't get into it. That being said, definitely you'll have to get involved politically. Number two, understand that we can only go as far as our weakest link, right? We have to operate from a village mentality. And, we have to double check who we're voting for and if they're representing who we are and what we're doing. So that's what I recommend.
I appreciate that, and I'll quickly just add on, because everything you said makes sense in terms of understanding, who you're voting for within your communities and being a part of the conversation. I think as an individual and a professional, part of what you can do is start providing options to remove infrastructure as part of AI. It doesn't have to sit within a data center. It doesn't have to sit within a physical building. There's digital platforms that can allow for things to happen outside of having to displace people physically. And so we need to start using that knowledge to influence the conversations that we're having with the different organizations that are making those investments.
Yes, and I would agree with what everyone said on stage. I think, I've been in some of those meetings. One thing that's not really talked about widely is the power consumption of AI. It takes a lot of power. And so what we're going to start seeing in our time is actually small nuclear centers that are built in local cities that will help basically power AI. And so in theory, it'll do two things. One is the cost for power consumption, I think, should be much lower. But then two, it raises this huge concern about health concerns because nuclear, as you know, there's a lot of side effects. And so, what he said earlier, which I agree with, is sometimes things unfortunately have to break before we fix it. And so there's a lot of things that we're just going to have to solve.
Yeah, I actually wish we had a lot more time on this specific area. So, and the reason is, I think it's probably has the most potential to be hurtful to our community. So John talked about power. One other big AI constraint from an infrastructure perspective is cooling. And what cooling means is water. So a lot of our cities, where these data centers are planned to be placed, has a high likelihood to potentially impact from a water sourcing perspective. I think data centers use about 500,000 gallons of water per day, right? So I think we need to be placing ourselves at the local community in the forefront of these little town halls where decisions are made. And the reason I bring this up is because it's very hard to change policy, especially when you have a federal government that has its own agenda that may not necessarily favor us. And so policy making is tough. We need to get involved. It has a high likelihood to impact us at every single level. So we need to understand it. We need to play a role in charting that destination and future.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we are at time. So thank you so much to my fellow panelists. Thank you guys for attending and for listening. And yes, please find us online. We would love to continue the conversation with you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Show the lights that saw me turn to stone. You shine when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be strong and dream when they're gone. It's a calling, calling, calling me home, calling, calling, calling home. You show the lights that start me turn to stone. You shine when I'm alone.
Malhams. Militaire. Let's go.
Good morning. Hello, hello. Actually, it's not morning anymore, it's afternoon. So, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, you guys won't respond to me. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Mo Diggs, and I'm going to be your co-host for today with the other Mo. We're Mo squared. It's two Mo's today. Mohammed, my co-host. I'm going to be introducing our next panel for today, but I first wanted to check to see how everyone is doing. How amazing was that panel, guys? Make some noise. Wonderful. You guys look so amazing. One thing I love about being African is just the African designers, okay, and the African attire and the traditional wear. Like, one thing about us, we're gonna eat. So you guys look amazing. Everyone looks fresh, and we're so happy to have you guys here. So I am gonna get started with announcing the next panel, getting ready for the US market, with our amazing moderator, Anna Uche Eme. Make some noise, y'all. You look stunning.
Getting ready for the US market. Tagline: meeting buyer standards and breaking barriers to US retail. The U.S. market represents a $20 trillion consumer economy, but breaking in requires exporters to meet strict buyer standards, certifications, and consumer expectations. In 2023, U.S. Customs rejected over 8,000 shipments from developing countries due to noncompliance in labeling, packaging, and health standards. For African brands, success stories such as Shea Moisture and Alafia demonstrate what is possible when quality, branding, and compliance align. This panel will spotlight U.S. buyers, regulators, and African entrepreneurs to provide exporters with practical insights on certifications, packaging, and distributor partnerships.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, y'all do look beautiful. As Mo had introduced, my name is Anna Ocheme. I am the community manager with AFRICON. Shout out to Amplify Africa. And I'm also the co-founder, co-host of the First Gems podcast, exclusively with Revolt Podcast Network. So I'm super excited to get into this panel. I would love to usher in our guests for this panel. We have them coming to the stage right now. Y'all give it up for our panelists. So coming to the stage, we have Oni Chinedu, we have Paul Wilson Jr., and we also have Shalom Bako. So gentlemen, let's get right into it. I'll start with you, Oni, to do a quick intro.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Oni Chinedu. I am not up there. I'm a marketing manager at General Mills and have spent over 10 years working in food industries, including Campbell's, worked at General Mills, worked at PepsiCo, and right now I also teach an Africa business class to MBA students at WashU Olin Business School. And then lastly, I'm here representing African Food Changemakers as their board chair.
Hi everyone, I'm Shalom Bako, and I'm the founder and managing director of AFRICON, and we are exporters from Nigeria and happen to get into the US market with a partnership with American Sales and Distribution Services.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paul Wilson Jr., currently founder and CEO of Paul Wilson Global Solutions. Prior to launching that new company, I worked mainly in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, building programs that help to scale entrepreneurs, formerly vice president at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, the largest Black-owned incubator in the U.S., currently supporting over 600 entrepreneurs, but also working on the continent, helping to scale and work with innovation hubs and business hubs there, and hopefully encourage trade from here to the continent and back and forth. Thank you.
Awesome. What a powerful, powerful group of men that we have up on this stage. So let's get right into it to the first question. I do want to start more broadly related to the topic of getting into U.S. markets. So as we know, breaking into the U.S. market is exciting, but it can also feel intimidating. So from your perspectives, what are the biggest misconceptions that African entrepreneurs have when they think about selling into the U.S.?
Absolutely. I'll start. So first thing I would say is the U.S. is not a monolith, right? There's 50 states, and even within those states, they can be very different within each one. And so you really want to study where does your product or service fit best, right? Not just in the U.S., but in which state, which region, right? And then even within that region, which particular industry, right, may be stronger in the Southeast versus the Northeast versus out west. So that's what I would say first, just in terms of really studying the market across the board and then seeing, again, which particular state or region is the best fit for your product or service. And I'll pause right there. Let these gentlemen jump in.
Yeah, great question. To his point, you know, the U.S. is so big, each region is different, it has its own personality, but also I think from a Nigerian perspective, being a Nigerian exporter, a lot of times we think that the way it works in Nigeria is the way it will work here as well. And so, you know, we don't put as much into packaging, we don't think as much into our logistics, and, you know, some of the small things are what the U.S. buyers look at. And so I think we really need to do a lot more research into some of the little things and the nuances for the U.S. market and the region.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I think a big one is the brand. So as a marketer, working on brands, I think a lot of times, the entrepreneur is thinking that the way that the brand is defined back home in the home market is gonna translate here into the US, right? So a lot of times what I do advise is that by the time you're trying to do that market entry into the US, you really have to also like go back and rethink the brand architecture, rethink what job that the brand is doing. Every brand is hired to do a job, right? So whether that job is a taste, whether that job is, whatever products that you like, you're probably buying it because of a certain taste or a certain flavor. So defining what that job, that brand job is really critical, because once you do that, it then helps you to determine what is the route, what is the right route to market, what is the right retailer you should approach, what is the right claims that you should have on the packaging, how should you talk to the buyer when you're positioning and pitching your product, right? But a lot of people skip that part, right, because they just think that is not important, or they think it doesn't have an impact. But actually the buyer at that retailer is gonna be making decision on putting your product on shelf based on how your brand can coexist with other brands on the shelf.
Yeah, that's a perfect insight. Thank you for that, Mr. Chinedu. And I wanted to also reiterate from the three of you, you all were saying, just a reminder that the US is one of the most competitive consumer markets in the world, right? So there's a lot that goes into the strategy, the branding, and also just the packaging. So that's a great segue into the next question that I have around storytelling, right, with brands. So question for that is, how important is branding and storytelling for African exporters who want to reach US consumers? So thinking about cultural identity, thinking about authenticity, what are some of those insights that you all can share?
Okay. So for me, a lot of what got me here into the US market is actually exactly that. It's the marketing, it's the branding. And on the line, I'm the hibiscus king. And for most of my customers, when they think about hibiscus, they think about me. And that's intentional because it's the branding. And a lot of what I did was, nowadays you have Instagram Live, you have TikTok. I would do Instagram Lives on the farm, and then also show you the entire process through the logistics, and then also delivering it to a customer in the US. And the story there, or the key thing there, is just providing the insight. A lot of times we think that if we hide it, somebody else would take it. But the truth is, that's what actually sells, and that's what really has brought some of the partnerships I have, is being able to just authentically give that insight and just show this is the process, and anybody that wants to take part, this is what it takes.
Content is key, right, for any sort of business.
Yeah, I think this is very important in terms of storytelling and in terms of brand positioning. So this connects to my first point about, like, once you've identified what your brand is, what it stands for, what job it's doing, it's now being able to tell that story in a very compelling way, right? So you see a lot of companies, they would say whether this is like hand-picked or is it, air-dried. There's all these different claims that actually brings the story of the brand to life. Is it women-founded? Is it, you're working with local community farmers? Like, all of those things are very important stories to bring forward, because at the end of the day, your brand is not just the product, right? Like, it's not just the chin-chin, it's not just the plantain chips, right? It's everything else, right, that's surrounding to bring that product to life, right? And really honing into, what that secret sauce is for you. So whether that's, if you're working with a certain, farmer community in a country where, like, that's providing either higher payout payments to the farmers, or you're helping to increase the yield, whatever it is, being methodical and thoughtful about bringing that story to life.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the only thing I would just add is, right, consumers here, and really like anywhere, right, are just more, I guess you could say, sophisticated or conscious, right, about those stories. So you want to be specific, right, because you got to cut through the noise there, because there's so many brands, right, so many other stories, right, that are out there, you want yours to be distinct, right? You want yours to stand out. So you really do have to pay attention. And again, whatever your story is, it is going to be unique, but you have to kind of take that extra step to make sure people see you, people hear you, right, from that standpoint, because there is just a lot of competition and a lot of distractions out there. So you got to be able to cut through the noise so people can see the essence really of what your product or service is.
Yeah, excellent insight there. And I would imagine there's a number of smaller businesses or folks who are thinking about emerging and getting into the market as starters. So what insights could you all share for the smaller businesses that are, set to compete with these multinational corporations? What sort of insights can you all share?
Absolutely, and probably in my background, dealt a lot with small businesses here from that standpoint. And so one of the keys is, and I'll say this, we struggle with this here too, in particular, African-American businesses around partnership. To me, right, and I've heard somebody say, 100% of a watermelon, no, let me back up, 50% of the watermelon is better than 100% of a grape, right? But a lot of people don't take that perspective around partnership, joint ventures, right? Establishing yourself with somebody here. So again, if you're coming from out of the country, what better partner than somebody who's already here established, and now you all leverage your strengths together. So I think there's an incredible opportunity that many of our cultures are missing because we don't partner, we don't do joint ventures, right? We don't leverage the strengths of one another, because everybody's trying to do it on their own. And again, I think there's a lot more opportunity the more that we partner, again, legally, structurally, but also strategically from that standpoint.
Wonderfully said, yeah.
I would definitely agree. I would say, using AFRICON as an example, we're a small company, relative to a lot of other exporters and a lot of other brands in America. And the number one thing I've said is it's been a partnership. We partner with American Sales and Distribution Services, and he's been very humble, but that's the number one black food distributor in the country. And,
That's round of applause.
And we've been able to just tap into a network that already exists. And I would just say for a lot of small businesses, you can't do it alone. And if you want to go, fast, I mean, you got to have those partnerships to really scale quicker, save time, save money. And if you want to spend the years and the time, then do it. But for me, I've had a lot of experience failing, a lot of it, and practicing. And again, time and money is valuable. So if you have the time and you want to spend it, or you have the money and you want to spend it, go ahead. But I think partnerships are probably the smartest thing you can do.
Absolutely. I want to talk about one thing that is not always brought up in these conversations, but is super important, and that's consumer trust. That's the compliance standards. So please share some of those non-negotiables and insights that you all have that every exporter must have in place before approaching a U.S. buyer.
Yeah, no, that's an important one. Consumer trust, of course, ties back to brand, right? So I'm going to be a broken record. You're going to hear me talk about brand, because that is the key foundation to every consumer packaged product. There are certain things that are non-negotiable when it comes to how do you communicate that trust, right? I think some of us have gotten this right, which is having the right nutritionals in the packaging, in the right units, right? So I think sometimes if you're coming to the U.S., it's an ounce market versus others might use grams. Very little things, but those are things that once consumers on the shelf shopping, that's kind of what they look for. The key claims of the product, right? Why is this chin chin better than the next one, right? Why is this plantain chips better than the next one? I think a lot of people don't think very critically about those claims. That is just a quick hit on the pack. So that's also very important. And I think actually what we talked about before, which is around the brand story. Consumers are a lot more now engaged into the brand story, sustainable practices that the company's practicing, all that kind of thing. So being able to pull all this together really helps to have the brand stand out.
Absolutely, thank you for that.
Yeah, I would say to add to that, insurance, UPC codes. I'll just keep it at those two. Insurance is very important. If you want to get into most retailers, you need to have a certain level of insurance, right? And then UPC codes. Those are probably some of the easiest things that you need to add to your packaging that sometimes we forget to add. But I would say those two things would be my addition.
And then lastly, we think about, again, if it's a food-related package, you got to think about things like the FDA, right, Federal Drug Administration, right, to make sure that it's compliant in those areas. So all these areas around compliance. But again, I think it goes back to something that was already said too. If you don't have to be the expert in those things, but you need to find partners who can be experts, right? Because those are a lot of areas to have to get knowledgeable in, right? So again, how do you speed up that learning curve? You partner with those who already know those areas.
Just a quick add. I think one practical one is like I saw some products outside. It's a small pack, but here mostly when you're merchandising snacks, it is pegged and not merchandise sitting, right? So even that small feedback of, I was telling the guy like, hey, you should have peg holes on this pack because you got to think about how the retailer will merchandise the product on shelf, right? And that can actually, it's a deal breaker, for merchandise, especially for snacks. So even little things like that is very important.
Absolutely, attention to detail, and I think you guys laid it out very clearly what those expectations should be to strive for sustainable success. So that's great. Just for the interest of time, we are wrapping up, but I wanted to call out a couple of things. So I'm pretty sure you all are aware of all of the play cards that are placed throughout this venue and all the exciting statistics around the growing African economy and the diaspora as well. So I wanted to turn that back to you all. What are some things that excite you about the future with exporting and trade for consumer goods between US and the continent?
I think for me, one thing I would be really excited to see is just an aggregation of all the African retailers here in the US. I think it's about time we have a trade group, right, for all the African retailers. Because if you think about it, if your product is trying to get into the US market, a lot of people think about like the Target or Walmart. I would actually say that shouldn't be your first start because you probably would not even meet the minimum order quantities and all the marketing investments that's required. We need to start with the African stores, the African markets, but I know that it's very fragmented and there's no easy way to reach anyone. So for me, like that's somewhere that I think there's a lot of partnership and collaboration.
Thank you.
I would say for me it's the cold chain, cold supply chain. My partners, that's a heavy part of what we're into, and we don't see a lot of refrigerated or frozen goods coming from the continent. So there's a lot of opportunity there in terms of infrastructure back in Nigeria and and just tapping into the infrastructure that's here. So I would say that.
And I'll mention something I don't think gets mentioned enough. I think outsourcing opportunities around technology and professional services. A lot of times U.S. companies have looked in other places, let's say Southeast Asia or other places for outsourcing. But I think the continent is an incredible opportunity from an outsource standpoint and partnership standpoint, again, around technology and other professional services that we oftentimes didn't come top of mind. But I think there's an unexplored territory there, right, that we can really take advantage of.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, audience, can we give our panelists a huge round of applause for these gems that were dropped? Thank you all so much. I believe that's our time, so thank you all for listening to our panel, and if you would love to connect with them, they're here. So thank y'all.
Everyone talks about Black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform, it's a bridge. Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I've pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON. The future is ours.
If we build it together.
Who
We are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds, north, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight, we build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up, we keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We are Fidelity.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Hot 97 TV is where U.S. hip-hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From NYC to Lagos, from Paris to Kingston, from Dakar to Rio. And the main stage at the biggest Afro-urban events. We bring you the real, raw stories, exclusive shows, live events, lifestyle, culture, and the voices shaping the Afro-cultural movement. No gimmicks, no filters, no borders. Stay locked. Hot 97 TV, coming soon on your screens.
Hi, my name is Titi Lokbe, owner and head chef at Tita's Kitchen, where we make the most delicious chin-chin with a perfect crunch and milkiness. Chin-chin isn't just a snack to me, it's nostalgia wrapped up in milky goodness. It reminds me of the summers I spent in Nigeria, helping my mom run a chin-chin business. So every batch of chin-chin I make is a tribute to the legacy, leadership, and resilience of my mom. So whether you're packing your kids' lunch, settling down for a movie night, or grabbing a quick snack for your lunch break, grab a bag of chin-chin and indulge in some yummy, milky, crunchy goodness.
Your lipstick's in my mind, a city of flowers, a church of gold, and I never felt this before. And it's a mystery, it feels like a dream, and it's a mystery, is it you? I'm sorry, my baby, ngicela uxolo. Ngikuxolele, my baby, you didn't mean it. Ndisathanda mna. I'm sorry, my baby, ngicela uxolo. I'm so sorry now. Ngikuxolele, my baby, you didn't mean it. Ndisathanda mna. Uvusabalele. 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 Uvusabalele.
Music.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go for a break now. We're going to go for lunch. So make sure you guys are back in an hour. 1:30. We will see you guys at 1:30. Get a nice lunch, something to fill your stomach up because you do not want to miss the next keynote speaker. Bye, guys.
I said I miss you. I really miss you. So sorry. I'm sorry, my baby. Ngicela uxolo. Ngikuxolele, my baby. You didn't mean it. Ndisathanda mna. I'm sorry, my baby. Ngicela uxolo. I'm so sorry now. Ngikuxolele, my baby, you didn't mean it. Ndisathanda mna. Uvusabalele. Uvusabalele. ungeduze kwami ebusuku kunyabanda maungeduze kwami angilong bambe 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 angilong bambe 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 angilong bambe bambe angilong squeeze squeeze angilong bambe 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 angilong bambe 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 angilong bambe 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 angilong bambe bambe angilong squeeze squeeze angilong bambe 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 Aglalegi masambeli aglalegi masambeli siyo jaganamhlanje uyobiwa namhlanje aglalegi masambeli aglalegi masambeli siyo jaganamhlanje uyobiwa
You got no more. Guess party. Jealousy down. Good times up. Pencil. Emotional pants. It's too much. It's all about jelly point. But ungas nation I stand. Ungas nation I stand. Ungangish, ungangish. Ungangish, ungangish. Ungangish, ungangish, ungayikish, ungayikish. Ungayikish when the song play, but ungayikish, ungayikish, ungangish, ungangish. Ungangish, matalas.
Azunaletate, 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 talutata, azunaletate, 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 ay, tanununola, wala, arunyakala tekta, wala pa, wari busa, wai baka, arunyakala tekta, wari busa, wala pa, I know she like me, and when you're sagalina, cause she mother, kalite galaki me, kiraye nakata she, ay, anagito nagage, I know she like me, and when you're sagalina, cause she mother, kalite galaki me, kiraye nakata she, I know she like me, and when you're sagalina, cause she mother, kalite galaki me, kiraye nakata she, ay, anagito nagage, I know she like me, and when you're sagalina, cause she mother, kalite galaki me, kiraye nakata she, I know she like me, and when you're sagalina, cause she my baby, kalite galaki me, kiraye nakata she,
My sister Barouye, I tell my no love great. Saka swipe, it ain't karate. And I went in my collie. Sebang if imba sekute. Mama, hey, na 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 na.
Joe, bags and keys. Struggle of the Ramo boy. Joe, Bugs and Keys, Wagon of the Ramo boy.
nengomo sichade ngomso dikzalele ngoko sazane ngono uze nengomo sichade ngomso dikzalele ngoko kungabanjani ke kungabanjani kungabanjani ke kungabanjani nomuthi nomunye kodwa ngifuna eduze ungamelapha anginankinga nawe nomuthi nomunye kodwa ngifuna eduze ungamelapha anginankinga nawe shela phela sazane kangcono awu shela phela sazane kangcono awu shela phela ngifuna eduze Mama, sako na
Okay, excuse-moi, ça kundi ba. I went to do hey.
Everyone talks about black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
Access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists. AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform, it's a bridge. Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I've pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON,
The future is ours.
if we build it together.
We are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds. North, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight. We build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up. We keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We are Fidelity.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Hot 97 TV is where U.S. hip hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From NYC to Lagos, from Paris to Kingston, from Dakar to Rio. And the main stage at the biggest Afro urban events. We bring you the real, raw stories, exclusive shows, live events, lifestyle, culture, and the voices shaping the Afro cultural movement. No gimmicks, no filters, no borders. Stay locked. Hot 97 TV, coming soon on your screens.
Hi, my name is Titi Lokbe, owner and head chef at Tita's Kitchen, where we make the most delicious chin-chin with the perfect
Is yours on? Hello, 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 everyone.
Check, check, check.
Okay, make some noise if you came here and you know you look good today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. We need that energy. My name is Mo Diggs, and I'm your host today.
And I'm Mohammed Bai. I'm also your host, so Mo Squared.
Yes, so we're Mo Squared, guys. I'm Mo, he's Mo, we're Mo together. I am so excited for this next panel.
Do we have anybody from the DMV in here? Okay.
Period. DC, Maryland, Virginia. Here, only Northern Virginia though, because I know Southern Virginia be trying to. Only Northern Virginia, y'all. Okay, we got your number.
For sure. I think it's time to introduce the next panel, Fire Shot Chat with Wale. And the moderator for that is going to be Sadeh Mohammed, who is the CEO on Grand Media and formerly the Chief Marketing Officer and Chief Impact Officer at Time. So please give him a round.
Make some noise, y'all.
Easy to dream a dream, though it's harder to live.
Your mic's up there, unless you want this one.
How y'all doing today? Feeling good? Is everybody full from that amazing lunch? So before we get to Wale and start talking to him, we're not doing a Q&A. So you guys have a very special time right now. If there is a question that you want to ask Wale, you can try to shout it out, and if I hear it, I might add it to my little list of questions. Anybody have a question they would ask Wale? Or a favorite song? Yes. What else? Ambition. You have a question? That seems very specific. I like that. I like that energy. Anybody else? Yeah, so we're excited to talk to him and about how he shaped culture and whether it's sneakers, music, all sorts of things. So looking forward to it. Oh. Oh. Wow. You want to say thank you to Wale? Let's give it up for that. Okay. He said he changed his life, basically. Okay, we love that. I'm gonna give a couple more minutes for people to fill in. So nobody has any questions for Wale? What's been your favorite part of the day so far? Oh, give me a question. You gotta say that a little bit louder. Oh, that's actually a good one. I actually didn't have that one. That's a good one. Yes. That's right. Shout out to Dio, shout out to PVO, DC. Y'all should all pull up. Does everybody know, show of hands, who knows what PVO is? Oh, we gotta change that. We gotta change that. But PVO is an incredible platform built by 3 amazing people from the diaspora, and they're doing a big event in DC next week. Y'all should pull up. Okay, I think that's the cue. I should have asked if you guys had any questions for me, but it's too late. We're good to go? Okay. So what's been they're telling me to keep going, y'all, so we're just gonna have a conversation here. We're good? Start, Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna start. So again, you guys, thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed your AFRICON thus far. Our guest today is someone who really needs no introduction. He has shaped culture from music to fashion, and he's a proud Niger boy. And it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Wale to the stage. Make sure y'all give it up.
drowning sorrow, back on that bottle, yeah. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco, Sado, I said, drowning sorrow, back on that bottle. Hey, look,
How come y'all didn't take out any phones when I came out? Just joking. So, Wale, we finally are here. It's an honor and a pleasure. As someone who was in college during the whole ambition run, you know, you're just a part of a lot of our, you know, culture, our best memories, and I'm excited to talk to you today. So let's get into it. You've always been proud of your Nigerian heritage. Can you talk about how your upbringing has shaped not just your music, but the way you see yourself as part of the diaspora?
Well, my family's real tight-knit, so like all my cousins, like we was deep, like our whole lives, even when we didn't live close, we always had a close connection. Even one of my cousins is hit, like one in every 150 Nigerians in the East Coast is related to me, probably. So, no, I mean, it was all I knew. So, like, you know, you have your friends that you grew up with in your neighborhood, but then it's a different connection, you know, when you have that certain upbringing, like you have to get up to go to CCC in the morning on Sundays at your aunt's house or something, or like a certain specific, like, relatability that we all had that was unique to us. And then I guess we just took it into our adult lives. So we all still cool, we all still tight, and it's just part of my personality. It's me, it's who I am. So I just took it into the music industry.
Yeah, let's talk about how you took it into the music industry, because you did it before it was quote unquote cool. So I'm thinking back to 15 years ago, 2009, you dropped My Sweetie, which was sort of like, you know, tribute to high life and West African tradition. Can you talk about why I dropped that, and how did you approach sort of keeping both lanes?
Well, I grew up in a very, like, we didn't have money, like, but we had music. So, you know, my dad used to play like a lot of, you know, Sunny Ade, he's from Mondo, you know what I'm saying? So we hear Sunny Ade all the time, Sheena Peters. But that Bunny Mac song, like, we listened to it like every Sunday, like 5 times. So when I started making music, I was like, yo, we should sample something from our childhood. So, I mean, I didn't think much into it because it wasn't really an Afrobeat scene all the way. I mean, there was a lot of, you know, people doing it, but it wasn't mainstream. But I just thought it would be an interesting touch on it. I think it was a little like 6 years too early though. But I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. How it kind of the Afrobeat scene blew up 5 or 6 years later. What do you think about? You validated it, you know, prior to, and kind of made it cool for a lot of maybe American consumers who hadn't caught on to it yet, or even American artists. Can you talk about what it was like early days of Afro?
But I didn't lead with the intention to, like, you know, profit or nothing like that. I just saw, like, you know, like my cousins, you know, they be telling me what's going on in Nigeria, like, and I'd be like, yo, I want to include myself now that I got some motion on the scene here. So, like, I was running around with WizKid, like, way before even Jaye came out, you know. So, like, you know, we spent like a whole lot of time together in Cali and New York and stuff like that. You know, and you know, I got so many songs with these guys before it even popped off. So, but I was leading with just like music, like, and these are my brothers, like these are the other Nigerian men that's making music, and we relate like that, and I just followed it like that. I didn't even really like think about what was coming in front of us, you know.
And did American artists, like your peers and contemporaries, embrace Afro beats at the beginning?
The label did not. It took a long time. Like, even in 2016 when I did the joint with, when I had a Fine Girl and all that, like, I had to pay for that video myself, you know. And I didn't even know the politics in Nigerian music, like who get along with who and all that stuff. I didn't know. But, you know, I'm just glad they showed up for me, you know what I'm saying? it was an expensive situation, but I believed in it. You know, I was doing freestyles to every song that was out. Soke, Burna Boy, I did freestyles of that. I did Kenny Big Deal. I did all these joints, like just out of love for it, just because I loved it. But I think the first person to acknowledge it was T.I. I was at a video shoot for something, and he was in the area, and he was like, man, that's so tight that you're doing this stuff. Because I think it was like MTV Jams was around this time My Sweetie came out, and he was telling me about that video, and he was like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I was the first person that really acknowledged it. But sometimes it's like, you'll be surprised how many American artists don't know my background. It's still, you know, the information is just kind of tricky these days.
And how do you, that's a good point, because I feel like most rappers had to pick a lane, essentially. Like either, if you're an Afrobeats, Burna, for example, Wizkid, these are Afrobeats artists, you kind of get to blend both or more genres. So can you talk about just your approach to music overall?
It's just, I mean, it's everything that I've been around, like my whole life. Like I grew up, like a lot of like kids with immigrant parents, like they weren't home a lot. So I had to really learn a lot from like outside or from TV, you know what I'm saying? Like I had to learn like that. But you know, go-go music is a part of my upbringing. You know, African music is a part of my upbringing, like, you know, African music is a part of my upbringing, like, you know, we've all been to the party with our parents until like 5 o'clock the next morning. Like, we remember it with our parents until like 5 o'clock the next morning. Like, we remember those are core memories. So those, you know, they show in my music and then like my style and like stuff like that. Like, these are things that's like a part of my life.
Speaking of,
Like, these are things that's like a part of my life.
Speaking of your style, first of all, let's give it up for the fit, right? It's crazy. Give us a little like OOTD, outfit of the day. What do you have on? Talk to me.
Man, I was rushing, man. I don't know. This is my man Ade. This is his clothing line. Jean Paul Gaultier jeans, and this is his clothing line. Jean Paul Gaultier jeans and some Nikes, just regular stuff.
Something like, so you obviously had a big impact on sneaker culture. You obviously had a big impact on sneaker culture, you know, brought, you know, whether it's phone posits and really bringing that sort of mainstream, making that cool. Did you know you were doing that at the time? Nice step back. So where do you see the genre going, if we're talking about Afrobeat specifically? You talked about these different subgenres and lanes. What do you think is next for Afrobeats?
It's definitely like a renaissance in a sense. You know, I mean, we'll just have to see, because there's a lot of guys that's coming up that have opportunity to take it to the next level. But I just think it's going to expand. They're not going to be able to say, at some point they're not going to be able to just say, oh, you're not going to be able to say Tyler and Rama is the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe we'd come up with Afro pop, Afro swing, Afro like rap, like, but it can't all be the same thing. And I think the future of it is like that being common knowledge everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Odumodu Black is not the same as Tyler. You see what I'm saying? But, you know, to some people it's the same for now.
Yeah. That nuance of the genre as it develops and matures. So I want to talk a little bit about the new album and new music you have coming out. I know you don't want to say too much, but what can you talk to me about the approach musically, how you approach collaborations, you know, how did you think about
I pushed the creativity. Like, there might be some moments on the album that nobody, like outside of people in this room and our friends and family, will understand, and I'm okay with that. But I do know there's gonna be like, what is this? Like, there's gonna be some times like that, but that's not, it's for forward-thinking people that's trying to push this culture a little bit. And I've always been ahead, so I'm gonna continue to do that on this. When you hear the songs, you can be like, oh, I see what's going on.
Can you talk about any of the features?
You might hear Tenny the Entertainer, Odomodo Black,
Okay.
Shade Vibes. That's all I'm gonna give you.
Okay. Let's give it up for that. Give it up for 8 coming out. So if we look around the room, a lot of young folks from the diaspora who are creatives in all sorts of different fields, they look up to you. I was asking them if they had questions for you before we started, and they did. What would you say to a young African creative today who's trying to find their way, figure out how to, quote unquote, cross over or just lean in?
I would say you lucky, like, because it's a chance. You know what I'm saying? Like it was looking bleak for a lot of us, but lean into your culture, lean into your inspiration. You know, it's a rich culture that we have. Like no matter what tribe, there's a lot to pull from there. And even the culture that raised you here, like we grew up in America for real, so like you can lean into things too, like just lean into your true, like what made you, you.
Okay, we only have a few minutes left, but I want to do something called this or that. So I'm going to ask you to just quickly pick one or the other, and audience, feel free to give your opinion too. Okay, so Lotus Flower Bomb or Matrimony? That was a good one, right?
I'm just gonna say Lotus because that was the first when the mainstream got aware of me. I'll say that one just because it was the first.
Okay. Bad or Beautiful Bliss?
I'm gonna say Beautiful Bliss because I remember where I was when I wrote that song, and I'm just being on a train from New York to New Carrollton Station, and I was writing that song like, man, I gotta get about this. I gotta get to the next level.
Okay, quick pause to talk about your process. What's the quickest you've written a song? What's the longest it's taken you to write a song?
My quickest verse was probably No Hands verse. Yeah. I wrote that. I wrote that.
Crazy.
I wrote that in maybe 11 minutes because I was tired. I was waiting.
You had to turn it in?
I was waiting for Gucci Mane to come to the studio because he just came back. So we was all celebrating him coming back. So I was waiting for him, and then I'm like, man, it's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm tired, And then I was leaving out, and then they called me to the other room where Waka Flocka was in the other room, and then my man was just like, yo, just do it real quick so we can go home, man. Like, let's just go, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I went in the control room, and I was like, and I just did that joint, and the next thing you know, that joint was on the radio like a week later.
Wow, that's crazy. Go-go or Afrobeats? Is that messy?
That's not I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I can't say. I don't think I have one.
No, okay.
I don't have one.
Okay, they're saying I'm messy. My Sweetie or My Love?
My Sweetie.
Because it was
the first.
Ambition or Wow, That's Crazy?
Wow, That's Crazy. Cause like
why?
Just knowing what I know about the industry, and where I was at, like learning to take things for what it is. I was just in a different place. Even though Ambition meant a lot to me, but Wow, That's Crazy was like I had to remind everybody, like, yo, hey, budget or no budget, this is y'all still going. This is what we doing.
Yeah, that's real.
I did more with less. I'll say that.
Okay, I get it. Studio or live?
Live, I'll probably say. It depends, though.
And when you're in the studio, is it you lock in, or you're like all about the kind of collabing?
I'm locked in. I'm very shy. Like I don't be around a lot of people in the studio.
Shy?
It's easy to be not shy when you're performing because you're confusing everybody with the music. Like stuff like this, when everybody's focused, like, you get cotton mouth, you be drinking water every 5 seconds. Like, so.
I Oh, the last one is, this is going to be an easy one. Foam posits or Jordans?
Jordans.
Really? Why?
More consistent.
Okay.
More consistent. Well, it's more. I mean, you got more Jordans than foam bars. They have more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody, let's give a big round of applause for the Wale. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
I woke up at like 4 in the morning, went to bed at 4 in the morning, in the club for an hour or something. I was up for like 48 of them, from the capital back to Mulholland, Landover and back to Rodeo, making sure that my circle's tight, so nobody I know got an angle. Got me drinking whatever this is, light it brown cause I gotta be gold. My beautiful house, no friends, damn I wear my Casamigo, and my mama don't never say hi. She said, why is you single? I said, mommy, I'm sorry, I'm trying. But nobody gon' love me like she do. Ain't nobody gon' love me like she do. Ain't nobody be loving like we do. And I'd rather be drunk and numb. Yeah. Ain't nobody be loving like she do. Ain't nobody be loving like we do. And I'd rather be drunk and numb. Hey, okay. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco Rosado. Yeah. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. Hey, T.O.B. Hey. I'm not alone, yeah. 1, 2, hey. Okay. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco Rosado. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco Rosado. Went to bed at 4 in the morning. I woke out like 4 in the morning. In the club for an hour or something. I was up for like 48 of them. From the capital back to Mulholland, Landover and back to Rodeo, making sure that my circle is tight, so nobody I know got an angle. Got me drinking whatever this is, white or brown, cause I gotta be gold. Beautiful house, no friends. Damn, mine was my Casamigos. My mama don't never say hi. He said, why is you single? I said, mommy, I'm sorry, I'm trying, but nobody gon' love me like she do. Ain't nobody gon' love me like she do. Ain't nobody be loving like we do. And I'd rather be drunk and numb. I'd rather be drunk and numb. I'd rather be drunk and numb. I'd rather be drunk and I'd rather be drunk and love. Let's go. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco Rosado. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle. I'm not alone, yeah. Blanco Rosado. Drowning in sorrow. Back on that bottle.
Everyone talks about black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks.
Access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform, it's a bridge.
Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
The future is ours.
If we build it together.
We are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds. North, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight. We build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up, we keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We are Fidelity.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Hot 97 TV is where U.S. hip-hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From NYC to Lagos, from Paris to Kingston, from Dakar to Rio. And the main stage at the biggest Afro-urban events. We bring you the real, raw stories, exclusive shows, live events, lifestyle, culture, and the voices shaping the Afro-cultural movement. No gimmicks, no filters, no borders. Stay locked. Hot 97 TV, coming soon on your screens.
Hi, my name is Titi Lokbe, owner and head chef at Tita's Kitchen, where we make the most delicious chin-chin with a perfect crunch and milkiness. Chin-chin isn't just a snack to me, it's nostalgia wrapped up in milky goodness. It reminds me of the summers I spent in Nigeria, helping my mom run a chin-chin business. So every batch of chin-chin I make is a tribute to the legacy, leadership, and resilience of my mom. So whether you're packing your kids' lunch, settling down for a movie night, or grabbing a quick snack for your lunch break, grab a bag of chin-chin and indulge in some yummy, milky, crunchy goodness.
Hello, everybody. Hello. 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 I need more. I need more. Hello. Yeah, we're getting there. Hello. Okay. How are we doing this afternoon? Good. That was a fire panel. To kick off the next thing on the agenda, I have the pleasure and honor to introduce the Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy of Nigeria, Barrister Anatu Musawa, to come on stage and address us this beautiful afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, beautiful people, the diverse and beautiful, ethnically and creative people of Nigeria. My name is Barrister Hannatu Musa, and I'm the Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is such an honor for me to be here. Initially, I thought we were going to have sort of panel discussion whereby we would be able to interrogate really the deep depth, only tourism, but the culture and the creative industry. But I'm giving you a keynote address, so I will try to do what I can using the knowledge that I have been able to gather in the last 2 years. So initially, I came into government about 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago, with a portfolio of the Ministry of Art, Culture, and the Creative Economy. I was very happy about this because for the first time in the history of Nigeria, a ministry was created to cater specifically to this very important sector. As we all know, I mean, it's not every day that you come on stage just after Wale finishes talking. Many of us who appreciate what comes out of the creative industry know that Nigeria is very great. Nigeria is great, and we know that through the expression of the creative industry. And of course, we're having a great moment. And that moment is not because we are the most populous nation in Africa, and by 2050, we'll be the third most populous nation in the world. So there's going to be a lot of Nigerians everywhere. Already, we are everywhere. We're going to be really everywhere in the next couple of decades. However, it was very important for us as an administration coming in and with the mission and the vision of the president to diversify away from the ordinary means of growth, which is oil, to look at this growing population as much as it is growing. What is it we have for the future generation? And many of the growing population, we talk about numbers, and numbers are very, very important. But numbers mean something only if you're able to harness it properly. If you have numbers and a number of these people within in the country and outside of the country don't have jobs, and a lot of banditry and a lot of vices are going on, and they characterize us through Nigerians being the most vociferous group of people in the world. The numbers don't mean anything. So looking at the future, it was important for us to look at what do we do for the industry. And we will be the first to admit that the industry, the creative industry I'm talking about now before I come on to the tourism industry, the industry has grown organically on its own without government really putting up any of the parameters. So can you imagine what we would have done as a nation if from the very beginning government had put up the right parameters and the right kind of framework that will allow the industry to grow? Our target is to ensure that we have economic growth, job creation, and a soft power, which is abound in the creative industry. About 8 months ago, I inherited the Ministry of Tourism. Now, why the Ministry of Tourism with the Ministry of the Creative Industry? But they work together, they complement each other. It is our culture and our creativity that we try to export to the world. And now we're trying to import Nigerians, or the world, into Nigeria. And ordinarily, people don't look at Nigeria as the natural place for tourism. But coming in, we are trying to change that narrative because of the interest that the world has in Nigeria. We want to tap into that. And as we develop the framework for the creative industry, in conjunction, we're doing so with tourism. Now, one of the angles that we're looking at in terms of delivering tourism, as other ministries or other parts of government try to sort out the different challenges that they have, I'm looking at delivering tourism through the eyes of the destinations. There's a lot of beauty, and when you talk about the diversity of Nigeria, that diversity is not only in the creativity or in the cultures or in the ethnicities, no. That diversity is in the landscape that God has given us. When you go from the north to the south, east to the west, it's completely different. There are parts of Nigeria that look like the Middle East. There are parts of Nigeria that look like the tropical rainforest. There are parts that look like Europe. So we have to put up a proper framework that will allow each part of the country to build specifically on domestic tourism. So we want to deliver like 7 in my time. My hope is to deliver about 7 tourism destinations, working together with the subnationals, even though it's not politically correct, apparently, to say subnationals, so with the state governments. So you look at somewhere like Obudu, you have Ikogosi, you have Yankari, you have Mambila, you have Tinapa. A number of these structures that have been already in place in the past, but because we don't have a maintenance culture, we have developed them and we have abandoned them. So one of the things that we have done is to do a handshake with the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture and Tourism. That's the federal government, together with the state governments. We have not finished on the agreements and the modalities that come for each state, because we know each state has a unique peculiarity. So we want the conversation to be led by the states. Each state knows within its own terrain what part of the tourism aspect it wants to sort of deliver. So we're doing a handshake in an MOU together with them, together with the private entities, so that whatever we put in place can outlive our own administration and my own time. So this issue of lack of maintenance is something that we can overcome. Any new minister or any new government that comes on knows that within the tourism landscape, there is an MOU with the federal ministry and the state. So that allows us to drive a destination such as Obudu, to deliver it and drive the conversation of tourism from the angle of the destinations. For example, in Mexico, they have delivered Cancun. So when you go to Cancun, despite the fact that Mexico also has its challenges, you go to Cancun because you want to go to Cancun. But once you get to Cancun, you're actually in Mexico. So if we can deliver, for example, I will use Obudu as an example because Obudu is the one place that I have to deliver ASAP. So if you can deliver something like Obudu and provide the infrastructure, and it's not, when you talk about infrastructure, it's not just infrastructure in the building within Obudu. That is infrastructure with the access. So when you get to Nigeria, you have to have ability to have seamless access to the destination. And then infrastructure with the power. There can't be issue of power outage. The infrastructure with the water and the infrastructure with the security. So every other arm of government or every other part of government will play their own part. But my own part is to deliver these destinations with the full infrastructure. And we're working actively, like I said, with the state governments and the relevant entities, giving the state, the private sector within the entities a first right of refusal. It is very important for us to deliver as many destinations when you talk about tourism as possible. Because when you talk about tourism, many talk about tourism as just, visit and just tourism. No. If we can deliver tourism in the areas, those destinations, you find a lot of the people that are absorbed into the job market in that particular destination are people within those environs. And when people within the environs are absorbed, they have an ownership. And when they take ownership of it, that allows them to make sure that they defend it. So an issue of insecurity and all those sort of vices can be taken into consideration. I spoke about job creation. Job creation is key for us. I have just finished a very, very important activity or project in the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Industry, which is a data mapping. We're just completing the one on tourism because like I said, I just inherited tourism a couple of months, about 8 months ago, just over 8 months ago. Data is key because in the past, I find that when I assumed office, I found that a lot of the initiatives and some of the ideas, it's not really rocket science to know what needs to be done, but a lot of it is done without proper information. So we embarked on a very robust and intricate data mapping exercise to give us the data for the creative industry and for the tourism industry. We have completed the one for the creative industry. We just unveiled that a couple of days ago in Lagos. We're going to do more stakeholder engagements around the country that will give people the proper data. Data has shown us where the jobs are, will show the investors where the investment is. It's just a proper sort of pathway as to what needs to be done. And we're doing the same. I'll quickly round up. When you give a woman a microphone before 6 o'clock in the evening, she can be a little long-winded. So I'll try to round up in about 30 seconds. So data, we're delivering data for the tourism industry as well. This data will be able to give us information as to how we can create jobs, as to how we can bring in investment. I'm working on a number of initiatives, a number of policies. We have already finished the tourism policy, which I must say was really, I have to give kudos to the former Minister of Tourism, Lola Adejon. She's the one who did the tourism policy. I inherited it right at the end of it. So we have taken that to the Federal Executive Council. We've taken IP. There was no proper IP policy, so we have completed that together with a number of interdependency ministries. We've taken that to the Federal Executive Council. So in terms of policy, in terms of infrastructure, I'm working very hard to ensure that I play my part in giving it the sort of heave-ho that is required. And when you talk about tourism in Nigeria, we're not going to leave here without talking about Dirty December. I do know that the governor of Lagos has left. So again, I have taken, Mr. President wants to take the initiative so that it becomes a national initiative. It becomes his initiative. That way, we bring all the relevant interdependencies onto the table. Aviation, interior, housing, works, power. There needs to be power in Lagos for those full days. We need to bring in all the relevant ministries and then MDAs that allows us to deliver a proper Dirty December. We want to build on what has already been given to Nigeria. Lagos specifically, we start with Lagos. We're going to move to Abuja as well because Abuja is going to, we're almost at the end of being the Commonwealth, to present the Commonwealth Games. We're pushing to bring Formula One to Nigeria as well. And Shehu Duko is really working extremely hard on that. I will be dashing to London next week just to put the last pitch for the Commonwealth Games. So there's a lot of interest in Nigeria. We have too much talent, content, and creativity, and we have a beautiful country. Government needs to come correct, and we're the first to say that. And I'm going to do all that I can to ensure that in the little transient time that I have, that we work together with the industry, tourism industry, creative industry, and of course the private sector. And I'm going to need the private sector to come and give us all the support to ensure that we put up all the modalities and frameworks in place to continue to allow Nigeria to grow economically, to make Nigeria already is the greatest, is the greatest black nation on earth. But we want to be the greatest nation on earth, which we have the potential of doing. And if it is through the culture, creativity, and the tourism, we're going to do this. So I thank you for the little time that you gave me. Thank you.
Please give a warm round of applause to the minister. Such a wonderful speaker. So we are going to be segmenting to our next panel, and this is trade promotion and facilitation. And it is going to be moderated by Officer 2, Bremo. So please give him a warm round of applause.
Laying the tracks, strengthening the institutional infrastructure for Africa's trade promotion. Tagline: reforming institutions to deliver scalable, competitive exports. Institutions matter. Countries with strong trade promotion agencies see export growth rates 20 to 30% higher than peers, according to the World Trade Organization. For Nigeria, institutional fragmentation, weak market intelligence, and underfunded export readiness programs remain key barriers. This panel will highlight lessons from global best practices, from Chile's Pro-Chile to South Korea's COTRA, and explore how Nigeria can replicate their success. By strengthening public-private collaboration, investing in trade-enabling services, and coordinating across agencies, Nigeria can unlock competitiveness and scale its non-oil exports more effectively.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have everyone seated? We have just 20 minutes for this fireside chat. So first of all, I want to thank Fidelity Bank for putting such an awesome event together. Good afternoon, everybody. First, to my left, I'd like to introduce Ms. Dana Banks. If you could just give us 1 minute just to introduce yourself.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, thank you for having me. My name is Dana Banks, and most recently I served as a senior advisor to the U.S.-Africa Chamber of Commerce's U.S.-Africa Business Center. Also, I think most importantly for this conversation, I was formerly President Biden's Special Assistant and Senior Director for Africa at the National Security Council at the White House. I'm also, thank you, and responsible for the 2022 U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit and the Business Forum in Washington, D.C. And overall, I was a 25-year senior foreign service officer and diplomat with the State Department, serving mostly on the continent of Africa and working on Africa policy in Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Banks. All right, I have the pleasure of introducing Mrs. Noya Ayeni. She's a DG for Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Please give her a round of applause. So this afternoon, we're going to be talking about trade promotion and facilitation, laying the tracks, strengthening the institutional infrastructure for Africa trade. So let me start with you, Mrs. Ayeni. You took on this role roughly about 2 years ago. Can you tell me, based on what was on ground, what has the Nigerian Export Promotion Council done since then to improve the access to market for Nigerian exporters?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to commend Fidelity Bank for being very dynamic and for taking bold steps and what they do in the non-oil export space. That's an outstanding bank when it comes to non-oil export. So thank you very much for the question. My name is Noya Ayeni. I'm the Executive Director, CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Like you know, Nigerian Export Promotion Council is the agency of the government established 49 years ago to promote the development of non-oil export. And when we're talking about non-oil export, it cuts across agro products, it cuts across services, and solid minerals. So back to your question, there's a lot that we have done. Okay, so let me say that we build the capacity of exporters from the farm gate to market access, developing products, different products from the farm gate. We build their capacity, equipping them with the tools and the skills that they require to be able to play competitively in the global market. We train them different trainings on good agricultural practices, on branding, on packaging and labeling. And we've also been able to help them to acquire international certification. This year alone, in the last 1 year, we've done 200. We have already been able to certify 200 exporters, and they've been able to expose their goods, and they've been able to begin to export to niche markets and other global markets. We've also been able to take them to the market, creating market access and linkages. We've taken some exporters to Europe, to Asia, to America. And let me start by saying it won't be good for me not to talk about certain things. Nigerian non-oil export, like you said, let me start by saying Nigeria is blessed with enormous potentials. You know, Nigeria is a country that's blessed with human capital as well as material resources. This is a country, there's no other country in the world that has over 1,000 agricultural products and derivatives. We also have 44 solid minerals. Of course, you talk about services, which is one area that we should be talking about when we're talking about services. We have the entertainment industry, the creative industry. You talk about future music, entertainment, fashion. When it comes to fashion, Nigeria stands tall. So there's a lot of opportunities, so much opportunity. Nigeria is the largest producer of hibiscus, the third largest producer of sesame in the world, the fourth largest producer of cocoa. We are the highest producer of shea. I'm sure some of you wearing cosmetics. Nigeria actually produces 50% of shea in the world. Nigerian leather is the best in the industry. So so just name it. Any product that you can see in the country, in any country that is demanded in the country, we have it in abundance across all the states of the Federation. So what we are doing, we work with our exporters, working with various stakeholders and other players in the industry, some agencies. Nexim MD is here. So we're able to take them to the market, and Nigerian non-oil export has grown. In the last 1 year, it's the 2024 year-on-year growth of 20.7% to record $5.4 billion US. That's the highest ever since Nigerian Export Promotion Council was established in 49 years ago, and the highest ever recorded as formal documented trade in Nigeria. I think we deserve a clap. And And that upward trajectory still continues. The first half of the year, we recorded another 19.7%. So that we exported 243 products to 226 countries. And that is outstanding. So that's the story. Thank you very much.
DG, this is most amazing. Thank you so much under your watch. So let me turn over to you, Dana. So there are thoughts about AGOA going away by the end of this month. What kind of opportunities exist in terms of infrastructure to continue to push this narrative?
Thank you for that question. And as Madam CEO just pointed out, there are so many opportunities in Nigeria and across the continent. And so if, unfortunately, our legislators should see fit not to reauthorize the African Growth and Opportunity Act legislation, that does not mean it's the end of trade and investment with the continent. Because it actually, I believe, and many others also, that it presents an opportunity, right? An opportunity, whereas perhaps market access that was facilitated under AGOA could actually shift into new opportunities for market access. Even with all of the headwinds that we are seeing now as it relates to tariffs and other things, it's this type of engagement that you're seeing here at AFRICON. It's this type of engagement at the subnational level between cities like Atlanta, states like Georgia and Nigeria, facilitating those trade promotion and coordination ties and leveraging all of the opportunities that exist in Nigeria, for example, or across the continent. When we look at such a youthful population, an innovative population, I mean, the panels alone here today speak to that in fashion, in culture, in arts, in services as well. We need not forget that services count for a large portion of trade and investment with the United States. And it's something that, again, we tried to definitely amplify and push that narrative during the last U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit and Business Forum. And there was such a swell, and there continues to be. I just look at it as it was the spark to really amplify the momentum and to keep it going of increasing trade and investment between the United States and Africa. And one other angle I'll just touch on, but it's really important, and again speaks to those who have gathered here today, is the diaspora. The role that the African diaspora in the United States plays in increasing and facilitating trade with the continent to help shift the narrative that Africa is indeed a viable market, emerging market, and not just an emerging market, by the way. It has emerged, and it is growing, and it is in our interests as American investors, as consumers, to really strengthen those ties. Because as we've seen, if the United States is not there, if our investors are not there, then there are others who are willing to fill that gap. So we look to, if AGOA should, unfortunately, not be reauthorized, I think there are opportunities for banks like Fidelity Bank, for other investors, for private capital, for venture capital, private equity, high net worth individuals, philanthropy, to come in, and they already are. And these are conversations that I have seen take place, have been a part of in Washington at the national level. So again, it's important to know so that, people who are entrepreneurs and young startups have access and connect to those streams of funding, because that is the next stage of what happens after something like AGOA may go away.
Thank you, Dana. DG, as we look forward into 2026 and with all the tariffs that are coming in, where do you see NEPC playing, especially when you see the exporters who are hungry to bring their products out to the U.S. market?
I think the export to various countries will continue to increase, and even in the United States. Let me speak specifically to the United States, since that's your question. You will see that last year we increased in terms of the volume of export and also the value of export to the United States. And it will surprise you to know that for non-oil export in 2024, United States was the second export destination from Nigeria, aside from oil. So the non-oil is increasing. We have urea and fertilizer, we have cocoa, we have shea, we have other products. And the interesting thing is that we added additional 4 products. We exported 43 items. I'm talking about documented formal trade. If you look at the other ones going informally, it's over 120. So we have a lot of products. So America, United States still remain a very good destination ground. And Nigeria, like I said, we have a lot of products, and our exporters are doing amazing things. You look at cocoa, you look at cashew, you look at so many products coming in. But what we need also is, if I may speak, is to look at a station instead of exporting raw. We need to collaborate with American importers to be able to set up factories so we can add value. And it's only when we add value to our products we're able to earn premium pricing in the global market. We have those products, so, and there's going to be cheap labor in Nigeria. So if this investment is brought and they set up factories in Nigeria, they have the products from all the states, they have cheap labor, and they're able to produce. For instance, why are we exporting raw cocoa? They can do that in Nigeria and export it. So I see a positive outlook. There's a positive outlook. There's going to be increase in the non-oil export that's going to United States moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dana, in terms of the infrastructure that is in place today, just based on the question we asked, what can we expect to see?
So we talked a little bit about the challenges that are presenting opportunities, but I think that, again, if you look at the overall sort of the regulatory environment for the United States, there are mechanisms that are still in place and that still exist that investors can take advantage of, such as Exim Bank, the Development Finance Corporation, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, and these are the organs that have been and will continue to be fit for purpose to work. At least I hope, and not being in government any longer, I cannot say for sure, but I hope that they will still be in place. But I think, again, if we're looking at opportunities to be born out of challenges, it will take that direct connection, because investors want reassurance. They like stability. They want to know that whatever they're investing in, that they can depend on those orders. And sometimes, I would say, actually, most times, what it takes is taking them to where the thing or the item is being produced so they can see it with their own eyes. So again, a lot of engagement, direct engagement, is what needs to be facilitated in this moment to help assuage and concerns about investors and to spur more investment. Nothing beats going to the source to see all of the opportunities that are available. You mentioned, Madam CEO, about value-added processing, on the continent instead of just exporting the raw materials. Court the investors, the potential investors, and have them come and see it for themselves, and to see the opportunities that abound. So I think it's building new architecture, building new infrastructure, even with the existence of the regulatory regime in place. It really will take, this direct engagement from African governments and institutions with investors directly to lead the way in this next era.
Thank you so much, Dana. And I think one thing I'd like to add there is just what Fidelity Bank is doing. You can't go very far from what they're doing. They're bridging the gap. They're bringing investors to the table. They're bringing buyers to meet with the vendors as well. Just this 2 days alone, we have had probably about 25, 30 businesses pitch to buyers, both virtually and in person, and in the deal rooms, which is what we didn't have before. So I think with more engagement, and thanks to Fidelity Bank, I think we're going to see more of this kind of activities going on. We're going to see more products on the shelves in the U.S. market, and most importantly, we're going to be able to tap into a lot of all these opportunities, not just even in the U.S., but in the Caribbean as well. And what I do say is, our movies have gotten us out there, our fashion has gotten us out there, our music is everywhere. So it's time that our food not stay in the African stores, but they need to be in mainstream America, and that is what Fidelity is doing for us right now. So I want to say thank you very much for all that you're doing. If you had one more thing to add to this, Ms. Noya, what would it be?
Okay, thank you for that opportunity. I was hoping you would give me this opportunity. I would like to say three things. One, I can't step out of here without, because it's something that makes us proud. Nigeria has been selected to host the Intra-African Trade 2027. That's the first time that it's being held in West Africa. Nigerian Export Promotion Council and Exim Bank and some other, Lagos State, yes, and under the able leadership of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, we won that. And it's going to bring a lot of investment to the country. The last one we had in Algeria, over $40 billion deal was signed, and about 50,000 visitors and buyers. So that's going to bring a lot of investment to the country, and it's going to blossom Nigeria and particularly Lagos. We're going to have it in National Theatre in Lagos. That's one thing I needed to add. Then I also like to talk about WTO launched a program they call the WIDE, Women Exporter in Digital Economy, and I'm proud to announce that Nigerian Export Promotion Council was the that won it, and the only one out of the 4 BSOs in the world. And this is a program, an outstanding program by World Trade Organization. They are empowering 146 women. They will get grants between $5,000 and $30,000, and beside the grants, they are going to be trained for both locally and internationally for 12 to 18 months. I think that's an outstanding one. And finally, I can't step out here without talking about AFCFTA, because Nigeria is going to be a hub in the AFCFTA. And AFCFTA promises to be the largest single market in Africa, connecting 55 countries with about 1.3, 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 billion US dollars. So this is an opportunity for us as Nigerians. This is an opportunity for investors, for private institutions to partner with Nigeria to be able to enter into 55 African countries. And this is outstanding. So Nigeria, for us, the trajectory for non-oil export is upwards. We're doing a lot in informal trade, but I know because of time we won't be able to talk about it. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Fidelity.
Last words from you, Dana?
I don't even know if there's anything else to add to that, except to say I align myself with everything you just said, particularly on the opportunities. Thank you for mentioning the AFCFTA. It's something that we focused on as well as we increased, U.S. government engagement with the AFCFTA, because it is the framework that our African partners have decided on how they will trade with each other. And I can just say personally, I'm so glad. It's definitely overdue, past time. And so now that our African partners have set the agenda on trade and investment, it is now time for American investors to meet them where they are. And I'm excited about the opportunities. This is indeed the time to invest and trade with Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Mrs. Ayeni and Mrs. Dana Banks. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Your girl Mo Diggs. Okay, now we're kind of going in and out. We're kind of working. I am so excited to see you guys all here today. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. I'm loud enough. Okay, here we go. Now we're back. We are live, y'all. Thank you guys so much for your patience with me. I am so excited for the next panel. Do we have any fashion lovers in the audience? Fantastic. I am going to introduce one of my beloved friends and also CEO founder of Every Stylish Girl. She is going to be the moderator of this panel, and her name is Nana Ajamine. Make some noise, y'all.
The rise of African fashion. The rise of African fashion breaking into global retail. Africa's fashion industry is gaining global recognition, valued at over $15.5 billion and expanding rapidly as African designers influence global trends. Yet breaking into top-tier retail markets presents hurdles ranging from supply chain challenges to visibility at global fashion events. This session will bring together designers, buyers, and strategists to discuss brand positioning, retail partnerships, and how African creativity is redefining fashion worldwide. We'll highlight pathways to ensure African designers secure sustainable inclusion in global fashion ecosystems, from the Met Gala to Paris Fashion Week. The rise of African fashion.
How's everyone feeling? Good afternoon. Oh. Okay, we're doing a little bit of a fashion show today. You guys look absolutely beautiful. I'm standing up to show you guys my outfit. But of course, I mean, we had to come ready. It is the fashion panel, so we're super excited. Oh, yes, I love the yeses. I love the outfits. Awesome. So I'm really, really excited to be here because as you guys can see, African fashion is global fashion now, right? Like we're seeing our prints on luxury runways. We're seeing things replicated off of us, copied off of us as well, but never duplicated off of us because we are the leaders, we are the trendsetters. So I'm super excited to be here with so many amazing fashion luminaries to really talk about how fashion and global fashion and African fashion is continuing to expand. So first, we'll start here with Tolu, and then we'll work our way down. I know, she's a little shy, y'all, so make sure you root for her. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, she was winging it. And one thing I always say before we start a panel is that, do you need? Awesome. One thing I always say is like, this is a safe space, right? I think there's very few times where we're in a room with everyone that looks like us, where we feel represented and we feel our voices heard. So please feel free to be as transparent as possible because this is a safe space. So Tolu, please just share what your brand is, and we're super excited to have you all here today.
Testing, testing. Okay, the mic is on. My name is Tolu Oye. I'm the founder of Meiji Meiji. Woo! Okay, I like to look at myself as a cultural custodian. I started the brand in 2020 from a place of frustration, wanting to create a brand that's centered around identity, centered around storytelling, and centered around community building. When you think of African clothing, a lot of time we'll think about Ankara, Ashoke, but wanted to create something that felt new in a sense, and that inspire women to be the femme fatale. And it won't be AFRICON if I didn't bring something that represents Meiji Meiji. So we have, this is our product design, and anything we do is like owning into culture. So you'll see this phrase that says, may my pocket never run dry. Because when you think of Africa, we always have like that one phrase that's like keeping you going. So I want our clothes to feel like an heirloom, something that you keep. So yeah.
I love it. Hadisha, IZ, what about you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Iriti Zakios, also IZ. I'm the founder of Street Souk. I started Street Souk in 2018. I realized that, in Nigeria, the streetwear community didn't exist at that point. There were about 20 odd brands here and there, but there wasn't like one vessel or one umbrella where all these brands could sit in. And I'm a student of the game. I've been in love with streetwear rather, for like, I think 15 years now, I can say. So I just saw what they were doing in the West. So from like ComplexCon, like Hype Fest, So DXB, and I was like, I believe I could replicate this in my home and create this industry for streetwear in Africa. So yeah, that's the reason why Street Souk was birthed.
Khadija.
Hi, my name is Hadija Ba. I'm the founder of L'Artisan and the mood store Le Sandaga. So I started like by wearing my grandpa's clothes, like with old vintage embroidery. And it was like we posted on IG, it was for fun. And we posted, and the next day it was like nobody ever wear boo-boo in his life. But it was like kind of oldie, so like it's not like trendy. And finally it became something like everybody's wearing, since Naomi Campbell is also wearing a boo-boo. So yes, we're gonna like, I'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we have a lot to get into. Claude.
Hey everyone, how are you guys doing today? I can't hear y'all, what's going on? My name is Claude. I am a fashion designer and a custom fashion designer as well. I'm a self-taught designer, and I've been designing since I was in high school. That's when I found out that, my passion was in fashion, so I just pursued it like as my full-time career. I started off as doing prom dresses. From there, I was able to catch eye of Janet Jackson, Viola Davis, and now I am the first African designer to ever be designing for a blanket on United Airlines International.
That's huge.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to be here and share everything about Africa and how we can change fashion and grow it to a bigger and better place.
That's absolutely amazing. I'm getting chills just listening, because we really have the OGs on this stage. We really do. I mentioned the trendsetters, like we have them right here. So I want to dive into Africa being this global brand now that you see on runways, you see in international magazines. But once upon a time, we were at the bottom. No one listened to us, right? Obviously us, because we know what we have. But I think the global world didn't really understand the message and the power behind our fashion and our thoughts and our ideologies. So what do you think brought African fashion so global? What were the key factors that brought this rise?
Shout out to Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. I honestly believe it was our music. Music is our biggest export, I would say. So once our music, went into that next level where it became like mainstream music, with music, fashion, sports, they're all intertwined. So it was only right that our fashion follow, and platforms like Street Souk, like Native, like Homecoming, who've been championing African streetwear, African fashion in general. Like we were just all set in place to continue the trajectory of where the artists have put music.
Anyone else want to add to that?
I think also that I'm not saying that they're stuck also in terms of inspiration, but it seems that they have been like doing everything, and like you know, like when you design in Africa, when you think African, it's always something new. How we live, how we eat, how we wear clothes, how we wear jewelry. So it's like the only way to have like new stuff, new inspiration, to redesign things is like inspired by Africa. So they don't have choice finally, and the inspiration is here. When I was doing my MBA in Paris, I was stuck because my first classes were at Manufacture de Sèvres, and the guy said, "Oh, this is luxury because it's handmade." I said, "No." He said, "Yes." I said, "No, I'm wearing like tie-dye and it's not luxury." But I think that it also that nobody ever in Africa told us that when it's tie-dye, when it's handmade, it's luxury. It's the contrary, actually. So it's like it was a slap, and I was not into fashion. And so I went to Sariti Factory and everything, and I was seeing like books and everything. So internet, social media, people make things like now you don't have choice. You see us because we're here.
Yes. I love that. You know, yeah, please, round of applause for that, because I've never heard that before, and I think you both said it so right, is handmade is luxury. And music, when you have people that are willing to put on the culture and not gatekeep when they get to the top, that's important. And I think that's one thing we do really, really well is we want to bring each other up together as a community. We're not like, oh, I got the Afro beats, I got the music. No, let's bring our designers, let's wear our own people too on the stage when we're performing, which I think is incredibly important for that longevity as well. How do you all balance innovation while preserving your cultural authenticity?
Okay, so to answer that question, I like to look at a product as an heirloom. If I'm looking at something, I want it to be inspired by culture. It has to be dated somewhere. When people think of streetwear, sometimes they just think of the idea of slapping something on. And there's so much meaning if you really go deep into culture. It can be from different silhouettes. For us, we did a study on the knickknacks and snacks of African culture. We had a collection that was just inspired by Milo, Indomie, and it was so amazing to see how that collection traveled within Africa, within the Caribbean culture, and it made me really realize that it's a Pan-African brand. This is not a brand that's just owning in on Nigerian culture, that this is a brand that's bigger than me, and I'm just so grateful that God chose me to like just preach the ministry and like continue to amplify African in just in the form of fashion.
Would anyone? Okay, awesome. Along with growth and innovation comes challenges. A few of you have been able to break into the retail space, the global retail space. Designing for airlines is absolutely amazing. What do you think have been some of the biggest challenges in your growth and innovation, and how did you overcome those challenges?
So my stuff is actually also sold in Saks Fifth Avenue. It's great, but it's also been challenging because I'm a self-taught designer and this world is totally new to me. So I had to learn a lot of moving pieces for me to get to where I am right now, to learn like everything that goes into production and making sure all the orders are sent out on time. So it was something that was very challenging where I had to really sit down like, look, you have to make sure like everything is good on each end, no matter what it is. So yeah.
I'm gonna piggyback off of that. How were you able to set up that partnership with an airline?
So they actually reached out to me to be a part of like the Saks program, and they were gonna mentor me on how to do everything that I just mentioned, which they did. And a part of that partnership was for us to also be in Saks Fifth Avenue. So that's how all of that came along. Yeah.
Izzy, what about you?
So I was gonna say, so my first retail space was Nordstrom, and this was peak 2021 during COVID. I was still like having the doubt, like, do I wanna be a designer? I got the email and I thought it was like a spam. I'm looking at it for 2 weeks, I'm like, it's nothing. But then something told me to look at it and I was like, wow, this is Nordstrom. And I'm like, Mom, this is kind of big, like I gotta do this. And it was my first time producing in a large scale. They asked for 2,000 units. and I'm used to doing 50 to 100 MOQ, and it's just like, how do I start? And I think sometimes you just gotta say yes, you know? You don't learn in a day, Rome isn't built in a day. You learn as you go, and you gotta figure it out. And for us, it was like, the payment was like 90, net 90 after production. So you really have to have that community, because I'm like, I'm a college student, I don't know how I'm gonna produce 2,000 units. And it was me going to my community to be like, how could you help me bring this together? And community is who you bank on, really.
100%, 100%. And for Khadija and Isaiah as well, excuse me, while you're growing your brand, you're growing your companies, for all the emerging designers or entrepreneurs in here, what were some challenges that you both faced, and how were you able to overcome them to where you are today?
We just launched our like e-commerce platform, right? So, you know, a big goal of mine is for Street Souk to be like the Farfetch of African streetwear. That's a goal we have. But, you know, along the journey, we realized that quality control is a really big problem. You know, a lot of these young designers are like 16, 17-year-old, 19-year-old kids still in their house. Like these denims are wearing were, you know, handmade by a kid in Lagos. All the beads, all the stones were put in individually. This wasn't some big machine in China that did that. So, you know, so just making sure like each product is the same. When you say something is a size 32, it is a size 32 consistently. Do you know what I mean? So I think those are certain problems that we're facing, and, you know, it's just a matter of time. And one of the most important issues we're facing is logistics, shipping things across, and even across Africa. I mean, it's just about easy to get something from Lagos to Abuja recently, right? So when we're talking about Lagos to Atlanta, or even, you know, Lagos to Australia, or wherever it is orders are coming from. So I think, you know, the infrastructure just needs to, hopefully we get to that place where channels of trade and stuff are a bit easier. But I think with time, everything will be better. We're not where we were 5 years ago, so.
That's the most important part. We're definitely not where we were 5 years ago. It's so funny because I was walking in Soho the other day, and I saw someone with the Ghana Must Go bags, and I'm like, where did you get this from? I think they had just said some random person, or I don't know if it was Amazon or something like that. But it's so crazy because, once again, the trendsetters, even if it's happening 5, 10, 20 years plus, it's still happening. So like you said, like there's growth, it takes time. Khadija, what about yourself?
Oh, I have the same issue, the sizing, doing like the same like pieces. But me generally, I don't do like, for example, 10 pieces like same time. I do limited edition, but even though like on the limited edition, you have like quality control problem, you have like mindset problem. They are like, oh, you know, this is not straight. They are like, no, it's okay, they won't see it. So mindset, so you have to educate also the artisan. You know, you have like something that is not straight and something that you did in purpose. So yes, we have the sizing problem, and also logistic, DHL, pricing. I sent one day a boo-boo, somebody who's in Russia, and she sent me an email saying that the boo-boo is not finished. I said, what do you mean? She said, it's open on the side. I said, it's a boo-boo. It's how it's supposed to be. So it also those kind of things. If you have a website, you could have explained, but also the website, I didn't want people like to rush into the website without having like a good production on the behind. So logistic and explaining how a boo-boo is. So yes. And I've never thought about it before, like I got this email. So now, before I send a boo-boo, I explain it's open on the side.
And I almost think, I mean, looking at it in a positive light, I almost think these mishaps also teach us lessons, right? Because I think we're still growing, we're understanding how to continue to grow on that global as well. So I love that, actually. I want to really tap into Street Souk, because you do have one of Africa's largest street company, which is absolutely amazing. Like you said, you said you want to be the Farfetch. You are the Farfetch of Africa. So we're manifesting, we're claiming that. Street Souk highlights and spotlights hundreds of brands, gathering thousands of young people. But what role does community play in taking African fashion brands from local to global?
It's 100% community. Like even what Tolu just mentioned, like, you know, she had this big thing she needed to do and she had to rely on her community to get her there. Street Soup doesn't exist without the community of brands, the community of consumers, and just the young kids that just want to have somewhere where they feel like they belong. Community was what I built my whole company on. It is the most important thing to me, and it's the one thing that I've seen, you know, once you've created a community in one place, for example, in Nigeria, it can be replicated in numerous places because there are always so many young people that, you know, believe in the same thing, like the same thing, and just want to feel like they're a part of something. Yeah.
And she's forgetting to mention that when Meiji Meiji started, we started with Street Souk. So she really brought us in when she was doing Complex Con. And it's like one thing about Iriti and like the mission she has with Street Souk is really amplifying like the young designers. So if it wasn't for Street Souk, it would have taken us some time. So I do appreciate that.
The power of community. And Tolu, I'm going to stay on you as well. Congrats. I love the energy in here. Congrats to your amazing pop-up you just had in Brooklyn. You know, when we think about community and we think about bringing it globally, you do a really great job of tapping into that community, whether it's through activations, just knowing like, you're not just buying from us, we're also giving back to as well. But let's talk about ready to wear, because I think that's something different that you bring to the panel. Where do you see the future of ready to wear, being an African designer? What are your plans for it too as well?
I was reading an article for the New York Times, and it stated that in 2054, 1/3 of the world is going to be African. And I realized when you think about fashion within the global scape of Africa is we don't have ready-to-wear brands. People are trying to find a way to tap into community, and maybe they don't want to wear a dashiki, right? But they still want to have ownership and show pride of their culture, and that's where we come in. And I realized that at first it's like, I always like, I'm a shy girl, but like, now that I'm outside and I see that people are wearing my brand, I see that, wow, like, we're really pushing culture nowhere. She was telling me that she was in New York, like, every street she would see someone wearing Meiji Meiji, and it was just like a testament. Like, you know, like, literally I started at the age of 19, and I just kept going, and it's like, you have a vision, nothing is gonna get done overnight, but just keep pushing forward and find that community, and they're gonna support you, so, yeah.
Wow. I want to thank you. I know we were supposed to have much more time, but Jessie, I'm sure there's people in the audience that would love to speak to you guys after too as well. So will you guys all be around? Is there a way that, what is the best social media platform or handles that they can find you, DM you, or ask you any more follow-up questions they may have?
You guys can follow me on Instagram, Claude Kameni, CLAUDE. K-A-M-E-N-I. It's right there, actually. Thank you.
You can follow me on Instagram at iritz99. Don't email me, please. I'm not going to see it. And yeah, and if you see me, come and talk to me.
You can find me on IG, l'artisan.shop, email or DM. Thank you.
And you can find me at Tolusi Oye, it's just missing the C, on Instagram. And please do email me, I check.
And the last quote I'm going to end. Oh, I'm sorry, what were you saying? Yeah. The last quote I'm going to end this on is, Africa is not just entering fashion, we are redefining fashion. And you all are those leaders that are redefining it. So thank you so much for your time today. And thank you for just putting the community onto the global world.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
sekufonela le kumashonisa sokungelele khonji angithi nasidelela masikufaka impama manje yo yasibona isikhathi man wena ngalo bamba ibhancha ngini
Please give a warm round of applause to those ladies. Come on, we can do better than that. Okay. So we're going to transition into the next panel. This is Against the Grain, Building Uncommon Legacies in African Homes, and it's moderated by Ms. Mary Omatiga. She is a sports journalist and editorial lead at NBC Sports and By Way of Africa. Please give them a round of applause.
Keep your money to bango. Look, la my love. Be Balenciaga yato. Baby wow, me why again? Fero konjo. Uje luja kushe wani pepe.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Can we just give a round of applause for AFRICON 2025? This is such an amazing space to be in. I felt so encouraged and empowered being here, and I hope all of you guys do the same. My name is Mary Omatiga. I am a sports journalist for NBC Sports. I started a series called By Way of Africa, and I am super honored and privileged to share the stage with all of these accomplished panelists today, who we will hear from in a minute. Today's panel is focused on building uncommon legacies in African homes. For many of us growing up in African homes, we've heard that there's only one path to success, right? You're only a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, but today we're gonna hear from people who have proved that there's multiple paths and multiple destinations to success, and that if you take life into your own hands, you can carve out your own path and do far greater than you can imagine. So we will start with having our panelists introduce themselves, starting with you, Annie.
Hello, everyone. I'm Annie. I'm a former professional footballer, or soccer player, as you say here in America. I used to play for Chelsea and England national team. I retired. Whoop, whoop! Sorry to all the Arsenal fans in the room. So yeah, I retired from professional football in 2020, and I moved straight into executive management, managing women's football clubs. I'm now part of an investment group that's buying majority stakes in women's football teams around the world. So that's me. I'm very passionate about the diaspora. I'm very passionate about connecting back to Africa, and I've just launched a travel company as well. So yeah, that's me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shanae Ogwumike. How are y'all doing? I'm a two-time WNBA All-Star. I also work on ESPN, fighting Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins, all these crazy people. I'm an NBA analyst and host. I'm one of 4 girls, the Ogwumike sisters. Yeah, my sister just killed it in the WNBA playoffs this year. And I am head of a foundation called Queens of the Continent, where we create winning opportunities for young women and girls to pursue dreams just as much as boys. So grateful to be here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my people. Yeah, I was just making sure. My name is Julian Nico Annan. Everybody calls me Jules, aka Jules, baby. I am a music producer and a DJ. I've won a few Grammys, I've won a few Mobos, I've won a few things. And I'm dubbed one of the pioneers of modern day Afrobeat music sounds. I'm a founder of this new company I've started called Tabon Records, which celebrates colorful sounds across the African, Caribbean, and Latin worlds, bringing all of us together to understand our cultures, our music, and our people. Happy to be here with these lovely ladies, and my brother right here. Thank you, AFRICON.
Good afternoon. How we doing today? H-Town, where you at?
H-Town! Baby Lagos!
My name is Okwe Amosu. They call me the block captain. Professionally, I'm known as the ex-oil and gas corporate executive who left a stable, high-paying career to become a prep cook, dishwasher at Chipotle. But that bet did pay off. It was a bet on my culture, and I did it with the vision of essentially learning what it takes to create a scalable food and beverage concept that can grow beyond the city of Houston, beyond the country. 5 years in, have 2 locations. Last week, we were listed on the coveted New York Times list as top 50 restaurants in the country. And so I'm here to talk about unconventional pathways to putting on for the culture.
Awesome. All right, we'll start with you, Annie. For all of you guys, the field that you are working in now isn't what you started in. Can you tell us briefly what you began your career in and what made you pivot, and what was that pivot kind of driven by?
Well, so I played football from the age of 3, 4. It was my earliest memory. And but growing up in the 90s, girls' football was not cool. It wasn't. There was no pathway. There was no sort of professional pathway. So becoming a professional footballer really wasn't on my radar. And so, you know, typical sort of Nigerian parents, you got to go to school. You can play football. You know, you must focus on your education. So I actually became a lawyer. So I went to law school, qualified as a sports and entertainment lawyer, whilst I was playing professional football, which allowed me to become multidimensional quite quickly. So when I then retired, it gave me that sort of another path to go down, which allowed me then to, you know, work in management and now investment. So I think for athletes, it's really important that when you reach that point in your career where you have to pivot, you have other strings to your bow, right? I think a lot of athletes are just sort of obsessed with that sense of being an athlete, are defined by that, and then get stuck when you have to pivot. So I'm really passionate about being multidimensional in your, you know, in the way you are, in your qualifications, in your skill set. And then when it comes to business or when it comes to management, you have different verticals, different pillars, different ways you can approach things. So I'm always very grateful that from a very early age I had to be multidimensional.
For the sake of time, I'll just keep it short and sweet. So I was drafted #1 to the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in 2014. And unfortunately, that year I was Rookie of the Year, but then I also got injured. And so injuries, my dad always has this saying, every disappointment is a blessing if you allow it to be, if you have the perspective to see what life's cards are and just have the right perspective moving forward, be positive. And so in my backyard was ESPN. And I went and did a car wash, which was an interview when I was selected #1. And I just was myself. And I always tell people, you're always auditioning no matter where you go and who you meet and who you see. And so from that opportunity of going and being myself, they saw that I was rehabbing in Connecticut, and they said, hey, we need some more young women in the space. And so I went, I shot my shot, and then 10 years later, I'm deep in the game as a broadcaster. And so that blessing has really been a pivot from injury.
Oh, yeah. My journey is a little bit different. My whole educational background is finance, so I've got a master's and an undergrad in that. So I used to be an investment banker for about 10 years. Crazy. But in those 10 years, I was always making beats. I started making beats when I was in university. And I just happened to be so good at it. 2014, I discovered this artist by the name of Mr. Easy. I don't know if you guys know who that is. And we made a whole bunch of records that did so well. And I just decided to make that decision 4 years later that let me just follow my dream of being a musician, because music is my passion. And yeah, I've been doing it for full time for like almost 6, 7 years now, but I've been in the game for about 11 years. I celebrated 10 years last year. And yeah, that's kind of like, you know, how I pivoted from an investment world to being a musician.
Kind of similar to yourself. I had to go get an MBA before going to go pursue my dreams. I graduated from business school in 2014, got a job working in oil and gas on a commercial development track. So it took me to different parts of the world. And one of the things I quickly noticed is that regardless of what part of the world I was currently stationed at the time, I had to always drive 45 minutes to an hour out of my way to tap into the precious culture that I grew up on. And that just didn't really make sense to me. I also saw that, you know, I was in that industry for the wrong things. A lot of my colleagues, they really loved what they did. I loved that for them, but that wasn't me. But my identity was really what stuck with me. And so I was really, really impressed with the way that I saw other cultures able to express themselves through 2 languages that regardless of your background, you can't deny, which is good food and good music. And I said, you know what, that's gonna be the vehicle that's gonna allow me to ultimately do 2 things, make my culture more accessible and build community along the way. So with that in mind, I wasn't joking. I actually picked up a nighttime job working at Chipotle as a prep cook dishwasher to understand how they were able to scale their business as such. From there, I started studying under West African home cooks to learn our traditional foundational recipes. And then in order to really make it scale, I had to start small by hosting 20-person intimate dinners at my cousin's apartment complex to get real live feedback and build a sustainable foundation to be able to really have something that can grow. Fast forward 3 years later, we're in getting picked up by a lot of local publications, had some TV opportunities, and you know, I just knew God's promise was for me to continue to go pursue that. Eventually ended up opening up our first location downtown Houston at the Post in a small 670 square foot food hall. Quickly that restaurant, amongst the 25 other restaurants in the space, the only African restaurant in the space, was doing crazy numbers. We're doing $2 million out of that small stall against burgers, pizza, other ethnic foods.
I was a witness. I was there, went there multiple times.
She was there. She was there. And then fast forward, after 3 years opening that, October 1st of last year, we're coming up on almost a year, we opened our flagship location in the Montrose area in Houston. Yeah, give it up, come on. So along the way, I was always, you know, trying to convince my parents that, you know, this might not be their dream, but it's mine, and we're gonna go pursue it. And I think it's doing numbers for the culture. So yeah, that's really how I got into what I'm currently doing now.
Amazing. Okay, we'll start with you again. Very briefly, how did you define success in the past and how would you define it right now?
I think initially success for me was always, more so material, right? Like, do I have the job that sounds sexy, right? Am I able to be one of the few in the room, right? To me, that was like what I would see, especially in the industries that I was, of the person that made it that far, right? But that stuff doesn't really matter. Like, to me, what success is right now is like, how am I truly advancing my own personal calling, which is to be a conduit for the culture, and like I said, do two things, like build community around my culture and make it more accessible to the point where, you guys might throw me some flack for this, but my goal is just for this to be normalized, right? Like, I don't want where we come from to be seen as super exotic. Like, no, I want it to be appreciated, but I want our lived experiences to become normalized, where generations that come after us don't trip when they see Jell-off in a professional NBA stadium, right? Like, we've done that, right? I want that to be the status quo. I want that to be what people expect when they come across our culture.
All roads lead back to home, and for all of you, culture has been at the center of all that you've been doing. What does it mean for you to be able to build your legacy while being unapologetically African? And if you can quickly speak on it, what kind of opposition have you faced in the different fields that you're in? Starting with you, Annie.
Yeah, I've had a real journey when it comes to sort of my Nigerian identity and my heritage. And, I was born in Lagos, but I quickly moved to England when I was, very young. And representing England as a player, I never really felt accepted. And I didn't have a British name. Eniola Aluko is pretty Nigerian. So there was this sense of not feeling accepted as in the England team. But then when I went to Nigeria when I was younger, I didn't necessarily feel that accepted either. So it's been a bit of a journey, but I think the way that I now fully embrace my Nigerian heritage is to travel to Nigeria, to be at places like this, to connect with other Nigerians. I go to Nigeria at least twice a year. It's all about really kind of leaning in. So for me, that's really important. And I'm really passionate about the diaspora, really passionate about travel to the continent. I'm building a whole travel company called Hyphen, built on that. So that's been my journey. And I think it's super, super important, because I think for those of us that live in the Western world, there's an energy right now that, you can feel kind of unwelcome. And I think the way to navigate that is to travel back home.
Just to answer a couple of the questions that you posed, because I think they all tie together. What does success look like? When I was coming into the WNBA, I would say that easily it would be me being an all-star, an MVP, a champion. I only got one of them. My sister got all of them. She got all the Infinity Stones. But that was like my first 5 years, and then I started realizing society started changing. And I think culturally we all relate to that, the boost of this African culture, just spreading everywhere, which has been amazing, whether it's sports, food, music. And there was a spotlight on not only Black people, but I want to shout out the Black women in the audience. Finally, I feel like, after 2020, 2021, there was a highlight, a need to not only push diversity, but understand that our voices are necessary, whether it's popular or not. And that's when my broadcast career started taking off, and going from all-star to MVP to champion shifted to trying to create an impact. Impact was the most important thing. And I started realizing that my impact was bigger than looking at my stats after a game. It was actually sitting at a desk and being that representation for young girls to realize that they can do that too on TV, while knowing that it was hard, while knowing that people question, why is a woman speaking on the NBA? So to answer what success looks like, it shifts, it changes, and I think it takes on our identity. And then secondly, all of us are connected here, which is why I'm so grateful to be on this stage. I mean, I've been to your restaurant, my family's been to your restaurant. We did a collaboration with the Houston Rockets on Nigeria Night. I've been listening to your music ever since I was in Nigeria in 2014 studying for Stanford. This is one of my closest friends in the world, literally. And I want people to understand that we all have to work as a team to be successful. Like, I go and support him, he comes and supports me. I text her, she shows up. I listen to your stuff, and now we vibe on the back, and he says he listens and watches what I do. That is the only way that we can win. To be African, to be Nigerian in particular, I feel like there's this notion of being competitive, and I understand that as an athlete and in sports. The more important thing to be is collaborative. That's how we change the game, and that's how we change the culture. Collaborations rule. And so for me, that's how things have shifted from success to also creating a lane where we stand alone. My greatest achievement is not on the court. It was when I was named to President Biden's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement as the youngest woman there. And that came by embracing my identity and not what I thought was gonna be me holding a trophy, you know? And so when we stay true to who we are and we also collaborate, I feel like the sky is the limit.
Yeah, just to tie everything in. Growing up as a kid, when you're being born in London, African kid, you're not really accepted. When we moved to Ghana, when I was a lot older, we weren't accepted either because we've come from that side. So I kind of like grew up with a minor identity crisis, not knowing where to fit in. But as I got older and older, and then I kind of like got introduced to music, I was taught by many peers and mentors that when you put music out, the music you create, you should make sure that it's a representation of where you're from. So for the many years, I've always made sure that every single record I make, you're always going to hear African elements, whether it's high life, whether it's Fuji or it's everything. It's very important for me to do that because people from different parts of the world will hear my music, and that kind of like brings everyone together, and exactly what Chini is talking about, being together, working together, collaborating. That's what success looks like for me. I can personally say that my success is still growing, but a lot of the achievements I've made, forget all the awards and everything, I'm very, very proud in being able to unite people together and creating amazing moments for people with my music. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we are almost out of time, but all of these incredible human beings here are a testament to the fact that you can be more than one thing and you can be successful at it. You can carve out your own path. Don't be afraid to go against the grain. Just last question for all of you briefly. In one word, what is legacy to you? Starting with you, Okpe.
Normalization. I'm gonna go with normalization. That's what it is to me.
Jules?
One word for legacy is I want to say togetherness. Togetherness.
Impact?
Yeah, you took my word, Sinead.
My bad.
That's always the bad thing about going last. Impact. Impact is generational.
Ooh.
It's generational. If you think about the people through history, you know, whether it's Martin Luther King, this is his city, or whoever, you know, it's not about how much money they made, it's about the impact of their words and their actions, so impact.
Amazing. Can we have a round of applause for our wonderful panelists today? I hope you all leave here feeling encouraged, empowered, and take life by your own hands. There's nothing that you can't do. Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
from me like coconut. Body they rising my no. I say color your crocodile, no good this locodo. Tell you they bossy my pololo. Can make a salute your comodo. Tell if you balance echo, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Tell if I lap your sueto, no more for tell you your back, keep it connected. And I go follow your Cresco. Today, down the Cresco. Pay for your waist, and I go pay for your lace. Pay for your waist. Today, down the Cresco. Pay for your waist, I go pay for your lace.
Slowly at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo. Orokoto idisho molo. If you want to let Jack come alone, if you find anybody na money I want. But they hear what people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. This love when I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. Maybe waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do what we done my heart, oh. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, if you no time. Bad boy day, me I day fine. And at the same time, me I day high. Motrotomo stand out, calm down, you go day fine. Like fine wine, don't decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dán tẹjà ṣíríkìlì mú fọ́ fàyè tí fọ́ fàyè yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ́tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ níbi find anybody na money I want. Ọ̀dẹ̀ yẹ wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé àṣà kẹ́lẹ́tì lọ. Sí love una wanna get another one I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love o, no be wetin I love o. Waiting I love, I go do what we done my heart. Go no be vodka, Mr. Money Changer. But now I know the ways that Mr. Money Changer.
Green is the new gold. How Africa can lead in sustainable, scalable, and investable trade. Tagline: embedding ESG to unlock new markets and climate-aligned capital. Global buyers are rapidly shifting towards sustainability. By 2030, ESG-linked investments are projected to exceed $50 trillion globally, accounting for over 1/3 of all assets under management. African exporters that embed traceability, ethical sourcing, and low-carbon practices into their supply chains can tap into this surge of climate-aligned capital and conscious consumers. In Nigeria, agriculture alone contributes nearly 25% of GDP, but faces increasing scrutiny from international buyers on sustainability. This panel will unpack how exporters can align with ESG standards, secure green financing, and capture opportunities in climate-conscious markets.
Hey, hey. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. Test. Hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I know it's been a very, very long day. It's been a long week. And I just want to give you all shout outs and thank you guys for joining us at AFRICON FNITCC 2025. It's been a remarkable one. As a to AFRICON FNITCC 2025, I stand here filled with gratitude and pride over these past days. We've gathered not just as delegates or attendees, but as global African community. We've gathered as dreamers, as doers, builders, and believers. We've seen how trade, investment, creativity, culture, and innovation are not separate stories, but one shared narrative that connects us across oceans, across borders. We've heard from leaders, pioneers, visionaries, who've reminded us that the future of Africa is not tomorrow. It is being written right here, right now. I want to pause to thank our incredible partners, sponsors, and just a very notable note, Fidelity Bank, AFRICON Bank, the City of Atlanta, Omni Hotel, Remitly, and a host of other people who have made this event possible. We believed in this vision and helped bring it to life. And of course, I thank every speaker, artist, volunteer, worker, the AV team, the cleaners, the camera crew, and everybody who has worked on this for this period of time. AFRICON would not be possible without every one of you and without everyone who I've mentioned. But let us be clear, AFRICON does not end tonight. The panels, the showcases, the connections, they are seeds. And true success of AFRICON will be seen in how we nurture those seeds into businesses, how we nurture them into partnerships, how we nurture them into cultural moments, and how we impact the world by what we've all achieved today. So as we leave Atlanta, whether you're leaving tonight, tomorrow, or Monday, let's carry the energy forward into our work, into our communities, into every corner of the diaspora and continent. Because Africa's story is global, it belongs to us to write it boldly. Thank you, everyone, for joining us once again, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
check it.
Hello everybody, please can we please move out of the hall? We're trying to get the hall ready for later tonight. Can we please move out of the hall? Can we all please move out of this banquet hall? Can we all please exit this hall? Right.
Okay, excuse me, Sakundi.